would like to call this meeting of June 4, 2025 to order. And I want to thank the live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today. We are also live streaming our meeting. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Miss Applegate?
Here.
Miss Kenworthy?
Here.
Miss Parker?
Here.
Miss Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here. Would you all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the June 4, 2025 meeting agenda?
I move to approve the June 4th, 2025 agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of June 4, 2025 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Harper.
Miss Applegate?
Yes.
Miss Kenworthy?
Yes.
Miss Parker?
Yes.
Miss Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes. The agenda is approved. At our May 29, 2025 meeting, we heard presentations on the following topics: Monitoring Report 3.1 and 3.3, and the TDPAC engagement with the board, that is Technology and Data Privacy Advisory Committee. The public can watch the recording from the May 29, 2025 meeting to learn more about this content. You can also visit our board page on the Jeffco Public Schools website. There you'll find a host of information and links to both the board docs and our live stream platforms. The board met in an executive session yesterday to confer with the board's attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the board's legal rights and obligations under the superintendent contract dated April 19, 2021, as amended. No action is taken in executive sessions. No action is planned for today's public session either. Board members may choose to make comments during agenda item 2.08 during the board dialogue on current topics. So, now we will proceed with today's agenda. I want to acknowledge that Dr. Kim LeBlanc Esparza is sitting in for Superintendent Dorland, who is not feeling well. So the first study item on the evening is for the board to participate in a student-led discussion on sustainability. The board specifically requested this opportunity to engage with students prior to our summer hiatus. This group of activist students has prepared a board end on sustainability for our consideration and discussion this evening. The students are joined by Megan Teagarden, Sustainability Program Manager, on the district's Energy Management Facilities team. I want to thank our students for taking the time out of their summer vacation to be with us. The time is really meant to be a dialogue between students and the board, so let's take a minute to go around and each introduce ourselves and say what each of us hopes to get out of the conversation tonight. We'll start with our students and Ms. Teagarden and then move to the board members. Who wants to start? Down here? And you have a microphone.
My name is Tate, and I am from Evergreen Middle School.
Hi, my name is Luke, and I'm from Parmley Elementary.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I'm from Alameda.
My name is Addie, and I am also from Alameda.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Bullard, and I'm from Evergreen Middle School.
Hi, my name is Annika Bergstrand, and I am from Evergreen Middle School.
My name is Aziza Jabara, and I'm from Ralston Valley High School.
Hi, my name is Louise Ladle, and I'm from Evergreen High School.
Hi, my name is Claire Nalmer, and I'm also from Evergreen High School.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I'm from Evergreen Middle School.
Hi, my name is Odin, and I'm from Lucas Elementary.
I'm Megan Teagarden, Sustainability Program Manager for Jeffco.
Members of the dais, we start with Dr. Kim.
Hi, guys. Thank you for being here. Kim LeBlanc Esparza, Deputy Superintendent.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Applegate. I'm the Secretary for the Board of Education. I'm really excited to hear your thoughts and hear where you guys are at and what you think. So really looking forward to the dialogue.
And I'm Mary Parker, the President of the Board of Education, and I also am very excited about talking with you today.
I'm Paula Reed, and I'm the first Vice President of the Board of Education, and I am really hoping that we end up with something actionable out of this.
Hello, I'm Erin Kenworthy. I'm the second Vice President of the school board, and I'm thrilled that you all are here, even though it is already summer vacation. Thanks for spending some time with us.
I'm Danielle Varda, and I'm a treasurer on the school board. I am hopeful that you can tell us about your experiences and what you expect of the adults to come out of this, and maybe also what you're really excited about and what you might be kind of mad about.
Okay, so I will be facilitating this discussion, and I do know that you guys have worked kind of hard on this. I don't, Ms. Teagarden, do you want to open it up? They have some presentations to make, I think.
Yeah, so we have 3 students who wanted to present the end statement that they had worked on. So I'll let these students present it the way you guys wanted to, yeah? Okay.
Hi, so again, my name is Aziza, and I'm just going to start off by reading, or probably for most of us, rereading the end statement. So first, Jeffco Public Schools will incorporate responsible resource management and climate resiliency into relevant department policies so that sustainability is understood as a core value of the district and is considered when making decisions. The district will take proactive measures and establish goals to conserve natural resources, reduce water use, reduce waste, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance energy efficiency, and implement practical solutions that ensure long-term environmental and financial stewardship of its operations and facilities. And finally, students will be prepared for a changing climate through the incorporation of sustainability practices and environmental stewardship during their time at JPS. Curriculum will include evidence-based instructional materials that reflect an evolving future. So I'm going to start off by speaking on the first point. The language of this first bullet point ensures that a sustainability policy is incorporated throughout all departments of the district, because just as climate change is incredibly intersectional and affects every part of life, the policy should reflect that and be involved in every single aspect of school and education in Jeffco. And additionally, the language promotes a long-term sort of outlook, because again, as climate changes, it's going to be here for the rest of our lives. We're going to see the effects for the rest of our lives. And so there's no reason that the policy should be any less than that. It should also be long-term and there to benefit students all throughout the future of Jeffco Public Schools. This language also says that climate and sustainability will be a core value of Jeffco Public Schools. I'm there now. Which I think is really crucial, because I think as Coloradans, it's a core value of ours. We live in a beautiful state, and one of the most beautiful districts. Jeffco is gorgeous, and we are so lucky to have that. And Coloradans and people in Jeffco Public Schools understand the value of our natural resources and our land, because we value it so much because we get to use it, and we also feel the effects when our natural resources aren't conserved, such as, you know, we have droughts and fires and things like that. So because it is a core value of us as Coloradans, it should be reflected as a core value of all people in Jeffco Public Schools. And just for some examples of climate resiliency, there's, you know, air filtration for pollution days, and when there's wildfires, which there will be more of, and proper HVAC systems for really extremely hot days, because we do start school in August, and it's still hot in August, up to 100 degrees I've seen. Shade at playgrounds so that students don't get overheated on hot days, again, like days in August and May, and solar to have cleaner energy that can supply all of Jeffco. That is all.
Hi, so my name is Louise again, and I'm going to be talking about the second section of the policy. So the second section of this policy that addresses resource management is vital to JPS's commitment to climate action. It not only addresses the district's significant impact on emissions, particularly in the building and transportation sector, but also demonstrates how sustainable practices can lead to substantial cost savings and improved educational outcomes. In Colorado, public schools are the biggest energy consumers in the public sector. Around 45% of Colorado's overall emissions are generated by the building and transportation sector. JPS has around 350 to 400 buses and around 155 buildings, and it is the second biggest school district in Colorado. So, any major changes in JPS will have the ability to positively affect the overall emissions of Colorado. Various other school districts in Colorado have already taken significant steps forward to reduce their overall emissions. Look at the Boulder Valley School District. They set the ambitious goal of being carbon neutral by 2050 and have implemented wide-ranging policies to achieve this. The result of this is that in just 5 years, they have succeeded in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions by 13%, which is very significant. Another example is the Padre Valley School District that has implemented similar policies, and they have achieved a 25% in energy savings and a 29% water use reduction in the past 5 years. These examples demonstrate that these policies do work and that it is entirely feasible to have a major impact on our environment. Not only would passing this policy aid Jeffco in significantly reducing their emissions, but it would also align sustainability practices with fiscal responsibilities. Simple initiatives such as electric school buses and LED or solar modifications are sure to offer a major return on investment. For example, Denver Public Schools committed to sustainability by implementing a climate action policy, which resulted in them being able to save more than $5 million every year. These policies are essential to free up funds that can be reinvested in education and student resources. Finally, another major area that is critical and that is essential to reduce emissions is food waste. Food waste accounts for 8% of all global emissions. One school in the district has already implemented food waste collections, leading them to collect around 50 to 75 pounds of food daily for 420 students. That food waste is then composted, providing opportunities for more sustainability projects around the district, such as school gardens. Reduction of food waste would not only aid in reducing greenhouse gas emissions attached to the food waste, but it would also allow families in need to obtain good food that was safe from the trash. Additionally, composting around schools would serve as a fantastic learning opportunity for students to engage in and learn about the importance of composting. Taking these actions would definitely further the district's commitment to environmental and financial stewardships. Overall, passing this policy is critical, as JPS is one of the leading school districts in Colorado and can make a great impact on Colorado's emissions. Additionally, JPS would see a great decrease in their transportation and building costs due to a great reduction in energy use overall, leading to many funds being freed up to further JPS's students in their education. JPS now has the opportunity and responsibility to lead Colorado forward, so let's act on it. And the other students here today will have more examples to add on to these pieces to further illustrate these points once we are done presenting the policy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I will be speaking to the curriculum part of the policy. According to a youth climate literacy survey in 2025, 85% of teenagers are worried about climate change, but only 12% feel like they know a lot about the causes of climate change. These stats exemplify that there is a desire to help, there is only a lack of information and support. Merely having vague worries about an issue without truly understanding it leaves no room for hope and innovation. The Climate Seal of Biliteracy is an amazing first step, and we're so grateful that you have implemented this incredible program into the district. This will be a great way for students to delve deeper into the issues around climate change, and more importantly, the solutions. However, we believe that climate change needs to be more prominent in Jeffco's curriculum and practices so that we can create a community rooted in environmental stewardship. We want everyone to be involved, not just the handful of kids who are interested in earning the Climate Seal of Biliteracy. The ignorance around solutions is a gaping hole that needs to be filled if we are to have a chance at mitigating climate change. Only 10% of students feel like they know a lot about solutions to climate change. It's vital that we know where to begin. It's much harder to start coming up with solutions when none have been created yet. It will be easier to know that other people have been working on ideas for decades. Not only does this give us a place to start and plans to tweak and perfect, it gives us a sense of safety and community, a feeling that we aren't alone. We aren't alone in making steps towards a sustainable future. We can build off of the amazing work that Denver, Cherry Creek, Douglas County, Adams 5-Star, Boulder Valley, Poudre Valley, and St. Vrain school districts have already accomplished. Along with incorporating sustainability and climate change into Jeffco curriculum, we need to ensure that sustainable practices are implemented into daily life in Jeffco schools. Not only are providing plant-based meals, composting, encouraging the reduction of idling, decreasing the use of pesticides, and planting drought-resistant native plants easy and effective things the district can do, they also teach students about current solutions and demonstrate the district's awareness of present-day issues. There are so many simple, cost-effective, and powerful ways to be sustainable in our schools. We need to implement as many as possible, along with a thorough climate curriculum, to become a leader in sustainability and empower students. It's time to show students that Jeffco cares and that there are existing solutions. We need to be inspired by what the world is doing now and empowered to keep that momentum going into the future. And I know that you requested for us to have some examples of policy language from other districts, and that's on the handout that we are giving you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd say. Very impressive. You have done your research. Before I open it up and ask the board to ask questions or make comments, anybody else have something to say on your proposed ends and the add-on? Especially I like to hear from the ends of the tables here and see what it's like at your school, or what are you thinking we might be able to do to help you? Yeah.
One thing that I have seen is that there's honestly a lack of adequate transportational needs being met. Like some less supported families around like schools in JPS, I have seen it might be hard for them to ensure safety of their students while having their students, for example, walk to school because there's a lack of sidewalks, or there's not enough safety precautions put around the roads literally right next to the schools. And that leads to increased emissions. That also leads to just an overall less thriving school community. It leads to more intoxicated students that are less able to learn. And it's not like that this is more expensive. Like, if you invested in this, the funding there would be a significant reduction in costs that would quickly make up for the investment prices. These things are very simple, and yet these things are so critical, yet there's still a major problem. We need to change that. We aren't just behind, we're far behind. In the Denver metro area, there are tons of school districts that have already taken plenty of action in trying to reduce their carbon footprint, and still in doing that help their learners thrive. And that just proves that very much is possible. And because it is possible, and it's not like there's funding that you're missing in order to implement it, because that is reducing costs, we must implement it if we want, it's necessary for the current state of, honestly, the world, because climate affection is affecting us pretty often, almost less than daily. which means we just must act, and we should act now if we want to both help our learners thrive, help try to have more funding available for like resources, and also just overall be more eco-friendly.
Thank you. How about the young lady sitting next to you, and then we'll go to the other side of the table. Do you have something that's specific for your school?
So at my school, we do a food waste program in our cafeteria. So we try to reduce as much food waste possible. So we have you sort it out through liquids, recycling, and food waste and trash. And I would like to see that placed in more schools to reduce as much waste and help our earth. So yeah.
And how about on the other end?
In my school, talking about more like what she said about the green team that we are on in our school, I'm also looking at the plastics that we have in our school, like normally like the silverware we use and like just bowls and stuff like that. I feel like we could change that maybe to something eco-friendly.
At my school, we do a composting thing, and I think we should have more than just one composting bin at every school. That we should have like 7 or 8 or something like that, and we should have it at a lot of other schools too.
Yeah, at Alameda, we had we're trying, a similar plan to all the other schools that already have composting. So, our school is proof that other people are interested, but nobody really knows that there are these options. It's only us here. I don't know how many other people are aware that it's even possible to compost at schools.
We have a lot of waste. We don't have any composting bins, but if we did, I feel like most of the kids would put the stuff in the composting bin rather than all throwing it away in one giant big gray bin, because we just have like 9 of those throughout the lunchroom, and they're always all filled. But I feel like if we had that option for a composting bin and maybe a sign to help kids when they forget which thing to put in where, then there'd be a lot less of that actual waste, which would probably just be the stuff that they get from the gas station, rather than all the food that they give us at school, which is on paper trays that are compostable, and the paper, the milk cartons, and like vegetables and all that stuff we could throw into different bins. We don't have that bin to even throw it in, so that would be really helpful to just have it.
To add on to their point, I feel like we do have quite a few people in our schools that would be so willing to become climate literate, but the problem is that our school's education is so illiterate completely. The quality is low when it comes to environment right now, and we have so little people that actually know about what's going on, so little people that even know that some of us are at this board meeting arguing to improve our education. And honestly, I think that our community and our entire world is just sick and tired of hearing growing numbers on the news, rapid voices, all that, and are sick and tired of not seeing people take a step forward. And if Jeffco can take that step, I don't see why we don't walk.
I don't really have much to say, but I definitely agree with Kaylin and Amelia that we just need to implement like composting in like other schools, and that's just going to make a big change for all of Colorado.
Sorry, I'd also just like to add on. I mean, clearly you can see here there's a lot of excitement about, people in the schools in Jeffco, they're ready to do all this. They're already doing it. We just need the resources to help us so that it can be more widespread throughout other schools and just more proficient to the needs of each school. And also, I'd like to talk about transportation, like Odin was saying. I go to Ralston Valley. I don't know if you guys have ever taken a close look at the area around Ralston Valley. I'm very close, so I walk to school. But the amount of times I've almost been hit by a car is kind of absurd because there's no sidewalks on my walk to school until I hit 80th Avenue. So for a while I'm walking without sidewalks, and it's the same going down Alkire, all the way up Alkire, there's no sidewalks. And so even though there's a lot of kids who live plenty close to walk, they don't. And so you get this huge backup of parents who have jobs and things to do, driving their kids to school in the morning, and kids are late because it's backed up so far. And, it's just an awful mess. And then the parking lot is full. We have to redo the parking lot this year to create more spaces because so many kids drive because they don't have either the walking accessibility or the bus accessibility. And again, that just creates more carbon emissions, and health and safety of your students I know is your top priority. And it's just not safe. The amount of car crashes that happen in the parking lot, it's absurd. It happens every week. And it's just stuff like that. The options for safer and more climate-friendly transportation should be there.
Well, board members, questions? Director Kenworthy, you want to start?
Thank you for coming and speaking to us so eloquently about the things that you are concerned about and the actions that you want to see us take. How many of you are at Evergreen Middle? I think a couple folks are here. And I've seen your food waste efforts in your cafeteria. What I want to lift up for folks who haven't maybe visited there is the way that students have ownership and leadership in that program, and are also actively holding each other accountable, both at school, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, but also to take it home and implement it with their families and in their larger community. Is that accurate around the work that happens with the food composting and the sorting? Which I found to be amazing when I was there, because it's not teachers standing and policing participation in the program, it is the students holding one another accountable. And that is where the learning happens, and that is where the community building occurs in the work that you are asking us to do. And I think that can happen in the middle school, it can happen in a larger scale across our county. And so I'm excited about your asks for coalescing the various programs that are happening in pockets around the county into an expanded, more accessible program so that schools know what their options are and they're not having to make it up on their own, but that they're plugging into work that's already happening and that it's being student-led. I think it's super exciting. One of my questions I have, Dr. Kim, is about our high school reimagine program that we're talking about, because I know Evergreen Middle School is doing this amazing work in middle school. Is there a way, are there pathways that we have that lead towards environmental sustainability, specifically in any of our CTE programs?
There are environmental sustainability pathways. It's school dependent, though. It's not in every school, so it's a good question to be asking.
All right, so there's some room to maybe expand or consider some options.
What is an environmental pathway?
Environmental sustainability pathway, so I'll give you an example. There's been one at Warren Tech, and one of the things that we've struggled with, at least most recently, is some of the enrollment in that pathway. In fact, we just met with Green Mountain, the school leadership office, and I met with Green Mountain because they have a proposal for connecting. You guys remember the amped-on algebra and the construction and geometry classes? They have a proposal, and they've put it forward to the state of Colorado to try to scale that and make it available to everyone if they write the curriculum for Algebra 2 to connect to environmental sustainability coursework within a CTE pathway. So we have some of the courses, but embedding that in with some of our core content would take that to a whole nother level. So we're in the conversation with Green Mountain and the staff there who are interested in putting that together.
Fantastic. I want to thank our panel also for listing local school districts that are engaged in the work also that we can partner with and have a larger conversation. This is not just going to impact Jeffco, it'll impact our entire state, right? And so this is work that has a lot of potential to grow and expand and build out. And I hear your ask for additional resources and some really focused attention from our board by accepting an additional ends. And we don't have very many ends policies. And so adding another one is a significant change to what we already have in place. But I think that your ask is incredibly valuable. And I am so glad that we have students who are coming and asking our leadership to engage in this right now. I heard the sense of urgency over here. It has to happen now. And I want to tell you that I've heard you. And let's see if I have any other questions for you. Who is working on composting programs? All right. Do you have community gardens or a place, where does your compost go once it is coalesced?
That is what we're working on right now at Alameda. We're definitely just in the, the what if stage, talking about it with teachers and like a club sponsor, because that was one of our hopes, was to get a gardening club to help with that, student-led educational aspect. And slip my tongue.
That's okay. You're at Alameda, yes?
Yeah, and we have the space. We think we have the space for a community garden, but we don't know yet. The interest or anything like that.
Yeah, go for it.
I've talked to a handful of my friends and stuff at the school, and I've asked them if they would be interested in like being part of this club or having this stuff here, and they are all like usually excited for that idea. Like they like the idea of it, and they also want to join in. So.
So here's what I want to offer up, because I only live a few blocks away from Alameda. Yeah, I'm a neighbor. Hi, I'm a neighbor. And I have younger kids in elementary and middle school in the area, and we have an articulation area crossover right along Jewel Avenue. But I do know that Green Gables Elementary, which is just across Jewel from where you all are, does have a community garden. And you're so geographically close to one another that I imagine there could be ways where we also have some multi-grade level community building that could occur. They've got a garden, you've got a composting program. How do we connect one another? And I know that there are other elementary schools that do have community gardens, or there are community partners that have gardening plots for their people in their community. And I think there are ways that we can plug in, but it's just making sure that we're directing our energy and our attention to making those connections. Does that sound like a good thing for us to take a look at? Yeah. All right. And for me, it's exciting to imagine having high school students who are showing up and bringing in elementary school students and middle school students into the work that's already happening, because that itself is also a sustainability practice, right? Because soon, at some point, you all will continue to grow and age up and graduate, and we want to make sure that we have people coming along behind you who are going to continue the work, because you've brought up the needing to work for future generations of students was something that you mentioned. And I want to just thank you for bringing that up. I think indigenous cultures here in the United States rely on a 7 generations mindset, where a lot of the decisions they make as a community rely on the impacts for the next 7 generations, that kind of thinking. And what you have mentioned, the work that you're asking us to engage in, holds that value of considering the generations of students who are currently with us and who are going to be here in the future. They'll be your children, and they'll be facing different realities around climate change than even we're facing right now. So I want to thank you for being passionate and being engaged in this work and coming and telling us what you need us to do. And I've taken up enough time, but I would like to hand it over to some of my other fellow directors. Thanks for being here.
Other directors? Director?
You guys did a brilliant job Absolutely brilliant, and you should feel really good when you leave here and know that you spent some of your summer vacation doing something really important and doing it well. So I really appreciate that. I do have a few questions for you. So you talked about sidewalks, the lack of sidewalks, and that it is hazardous to walk to school, near school, in some areas. And as a school district, that's actually not a thing that we do, but we can work with our municipalities to talk about the need for that to happen. So one thing I'm hoping that you might be willing to do is not just talk to us, but also talk to your city council and your mayor. And I'm realizing that that is something I can do, that I can write a letter to my city council and to my mayor as a member of the school board and say, hey, this is important to both of us. Our kids are our investment in our future for our cities, for our state, for our school district. And so I'm kind of hoping that you might take a few more minutes out of your summer and jot a quick email to a city council member, county commissioners.
Can I make an offer? I would like to offer, if any of you want a board member to go with you to talk to city councils or municipal leaders, please just ask. I would be happy to accompany you, and we can go together, student and board members, and engage in public comment at our municipalities throughout Jeffco.
And I would add, if the board is interested, perhaps we could even write a statement as the board. That's something that, if we can't be there with you, you could share.
Yeah.
In support of that.
I think that's something we can team up on together.
Can I just step into? So with Stober, actually, the city of Lakewood is working on a safe routes to school infrastructure update this year as well. So that's a big project that's happening, and they're going to make sidewalks so that kids can get safely to school. And then Jefferson County also reached out to me about partnering on another Safe Routes to School grant, applying for the grant in 2026 as either an educational grant or infrastructure. Jefferson County obviously doesn't have jurisdiction to change sidewalks within all of the cities, but they're wanting to partner on this because they also recognize this as an issue. So,
great, good to hear. President Parker, if you can just jot down a note that we would like to think about a statement that we could make jointly as a board, I think that would be great. I'm wondering, Dr. Kim, if you can tell me, do we have climate literacy incorporated into our science curriculum, or is that something that we're thinking about?
The seal of climate literacy is a new phenomenon, as some of the students talked about in the state of Colorado, and our CTE team has been working throughout the spring to bring that to reality. And in fact, we have a website all put together now off of the Jeffco website on seal of climate literacy and how to engage in that in order to get that, and that will be available to students starting in the fall of 2025.
I'm kind of thinking, though, even our core science classes, it just seems like, it has been a very long time since I took earth science. I remember rocks and stuff. I don't remember talking about climate, and we certainly, back when I was in school, did not talk about climate change. Is that just part of the core science curriculum?
So there are environmental science classes that our students can take as a part of the menu of science options at many of our high schools. When you think about science, it tends to be in buckets of there's earth science, there's, when you think about space science, and you think about, as you go through, like I taught physical science, which I taught physics, chemistry, but when I taught middle school, I did teach environmental science and earth science, and in fact built a greenhouse and did a bunch of sustainability work back in the day. So I'm excited about you guys being here because it's a whole lot of fun. I remember with my students going and visiting a 40-acre greenhouse that did hydroponics taking a huge field trip down to the state of Texas and really looking at how they were doing that work. So it's exciting to see our kids doing some of this work. But yes, there are environmental science classes available to our students that do meet some of their requirements, some of their graduation requirements as one of their science courses.
Okay. I guess I'd really like to see that become part of basic science classes, like in elementary school. And are you guys learning about those things in just your regular science classes if you're not taking something special?
If I can jump in real quick, I have noticed the high schools typically do have courses on environmental science, things like biology, environmental learning, pollution training. I know all that, but as far as elementaries and middle school goes, I know that Parmalee, my mom teaches there, is pretty environmentally literate when it comes to that. They have their own garden. But in my school, I believe I'm in 7th grade going into 8th. I believe I've learned about environmental sciences maybe one time. I think I learned about global warming once in 6th grade while learning about weather. It was added on. So I think that honestly more education could be implemented to help learn about environmental sciences more than we are, because I know that it's in high schools, but I haven't seen it much in elementaries or middle schools.
And I'm actually going to disagree with the point about high schools. I had to go out of my way and sign up for Jeffco Virtual Academy in order to take AP Environmental Science. And that is the only environmental type class that I was able to take. Like, that was the only thing available to me. And I had to take an online class in order to do that, which honestly, in my opinion, like for me personally at least, like online classes, they just don't give me the same quality and level of education and enrichment as an in-person class. So that was really disappointing. And I agree with what you're saying. It really should be more core. Like, it should be, like, when I took AP Environmental Science, it didn't count for any of my science credits. It was an elective credit, which I could have gotten from something more fun. But I chose to pursue what I'm passionate about. And yeah, it really should be something that's it should be something that's required, really. But I do completely agree about the point about elementary and middle school. I can't recall learning at all about climate change in school when I was a kid. I learned about it from outside sources. Yeah, and also I want to go back to the thing about going to like municipalities. That's part of the reason why this incorporation of climate literacy into curriculum is so important, because especially the solution-based education, because like this group here, we barely knew that we could go to our local government, to like our city government, in order to talk about this. If we, like the people who are like, we are focused on this, if we even barely knew about that, think about the kids who aren't focused on this, because this should be something that every kid is interested in or like encouraged to participate in. But if they don't know how to go about it, then what's going to be the point? They should know these things, like to go to your local city government, stuff like that.
I'm going to, unfortunately, notice the time. We could stay here all day, and I would prefer to stay here with you. But I want to make sure the other directors get a chance to say something. Dr. Varda?
Really quick, but you're so impressive. I think we're all really proud of you. I was just going to say, I wondered if you might think about doing something like a newsletter or something, and you could put us on your newsletter list and anyone else, but it would be really neat to be able to get updates from you all. So I didn't know if a parent could help you with something like that, or just ways to keep communicating, and then we could share it with other people also, just to give some ongoing conversation and dialogue. I'm just gonna pose it as something to think about, because I think it's a hard question. But in this conversation that we have with a lot of people about climate, environment, there's always a conversation that follows it around trade-offs. So if we put resources into this in a time when at the school district we are very short on resources, usually we have to trade off with something that we don't pay for, maybe. So I don't think that's a question as much, but it's something that I get asked a lot about. Well, if you're going to do that, what are you going to stop doing instead? Or what are the costs and benefits of these things? And so it's, I think, convincing to say we should do it, and then the implementation of it sometimes is expensive or hard. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it because of those things, but the realities sometimes are the reasons that we have those challenges. So I won't ask a question because we need to move on, but I guess, and I would just encourage you to think about that in your conversation to help convince people why those trade-offs are worth it. And be able to acknowledge that we do have to sometimes give things up that we love dearly also in order to do the other thing. So that's all. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you guys for coming today. I am so proud of you all for coming and for not only just coming and talking to us, but bringing something that is actionable. We asked you to do this and you showed up in the summer, so we really appreciate that. I don't talk about it a lot, but my career is in air compliance and greenhouse gas decarbonization in industry. And so if this is your passion, we desperately need you in industry. Don't give up on it. If you want to talk afterwards about what you want to do with your career, would love to talk to you. We need your voices not only in the schools, but we really need them in the world. So thank you for that. It's not easy, and right now we're in a very interesting time. So thank you. I'm also super proud that you built this in as a core value for the district, because it is a value. And it's something that when you talk about it as a value, to Director Varda's point, it helps us in those trade-offs when something is a value. So I appreciate that. I do have some questions. I know Ms. Teagarden is working on a lot of things as she is new to our district. And I know when you presented to us, we talked about reductions from a 2014 baseline. And so we have a 17% reduction in energy use from 2014 and a 37% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. What I think would be great is for us to figure out what that goal should be, because it's easy to say those numbers, right? Those numbers are good numbers. But when I think about it for my organization, I'm thinking about it from 2021. And so when do we need to think about updating that baseline and why? Those are things just for us to think about as a district. How are we measuring the cost savings? I think that's an interesting point. We talked a lot about cost savings, and that's how we're going to be able to justify a lot of things. So things for us to think about, and for our capital asset accounting committee to think about too. I want to lift up that my daughter is in preschool, and part of the curriculum in her preschool is reduce, reuse, and recycle. And it's awesome to see a herd of 4-year-olds demand that their teacher not throw something away, because it could be, and I saw it, literally, like the teachers were like barred from the trash can because these little 4-year-olds were like, no, we can't. So it is possible to do in elementary, and it's possible to do young. And to Director Kenworthy, I'm gonna get emotional, to Director Kenworthy's point, you guys can teach the next generation, and you are leading in a way that's really important. Because my daughter now questions every time I put something in a bin. She can't read the words, but she asks if I'm putting it in the yellow bin or the green bin, because she knows. So it is possible, and I want us as a board to know that it's possible, and it's happening in our preschools because this district put preschool curriculum into place. So that's something we should be proud of. My question for you, sorry, I'm talking a lot at you, and I don't mean to. I would love to. As a Stober parent and someone who attended a lot of city council meetings, you can do it, and we will help you do it. If you have any questions, Stober parents are a great resource, and those kids went to a lot of Lakewood City Council meetings. So, and when you are putting a new program in place at your school, how are you teaching your fellow students about it? And how are you spreading the word? And what tools, and maybe since we're out of time, this is a question that we could share with Ms. Teagarden. What resources are you guys using, and how are you doing it to get that buy-in at schools? Because we might need to use those best practices when we implement this at other schools. So I don't know if we have time to answer, but I will throw that out as those would be feedback items that would be helpful for us. So great job. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. I mean, we listened to an awful lot of presentations, and you guys blew it out of the water. It was wonderful, and it was so well prepared, so impressive. I'm looking at senior capstone projects right here in the making. But you have our commitment. We are going to work together on this board statement. We are going to offer to go meet with the municipalities and other government entities. Also, we will be bringing this topic up. I'm thinking we have a retreat in the August timeframe where we just brainstorm what we want to do next things, next priorities. It's a good time to talk about end statements if we are ready to put in an new end statement. So anyway, you guys were awesome, and we are psyched, and we will be moving forward with the suggestions that you brought to us. So stay tuned. Thank you for your time. So for our next study agenda item, it's to receive an update on the School Safety Monitoring Report EL 11 from Jeff Pearson, Executive Director of the Department of School Safety, and Madalena DeAndrea, Senior Manager of Strategic Projects, Recovery and Resiliency. This specific executive limitation addresses our Safe Schools Plan. Before the presenters begin, Dr. Kim, is there anything you would like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I just want to say thank you to both Jeff and Madalena. I'm incredibly proud of this team and the work that they do. Keeping kids safe is such a cornerstone of Jeffco. When you and I got to visit the Frank DeAngelis Center earlier this year, you guys got a chance to really see how their staff is trained and the work that they do to really be prepared to serve kids and serve them well. And then a couple of you got to participate in the ribbon cutting earlier this year at the new dispatch center and see what a great state-of-the-art facility that was, and certainly watch some of our team and how they work to keep kids safe. When I look at all of those screens and all the things that they monitor and the things that they pay attention to make sure that our schools and our facilities are safe all over Jeffco, it's mind-boggling to see how much of that training they go through and the work that they do to support one another. So thank you both for the work that you've done. I look forward to hearing about updates on the safety work that Madalena, you guys started to share earlier this year. So looking forward to hearing from both of these folks today.
Thank you. I don't know how you follow that group of kiddos. You know, as a former principal, I saw IB written all over some of those young men and women, and also maybe a doctoral dissertation. So I was extremely impressed at those young people, which makes what we're about to talk about even more important. As you know, we have a strong passion. I especially do. This has, I think, been our work for a long time, and we're excited to present on school safety and some of the components that we currently have in place and some things that we would like to see down the road. So thank you for allowing us to be here. I want to start and talk a little bit about, can we go to the next slide? Oh, do you have it? Thank you. I want to talk first about just some recognitions because, you know, in our world, oftentimes recognitions don't come too often. We talk about the work and they dig in, but we don't get to recognize people for the work that they do. The first thing I want to raise up is our SRO of the Year. As you know, the importance and significance of SROs in our buildings. This award was named after the late Arvada SRO, Gordon Beasley, who was killed in the line of duty, and his dedication to kids and the recognition of his work. And that award went to Officer Thomas Steele from Westminster PD. We had the chief and the sergeant and the commander all with us at our award ceremony, so it was really nice to recognize him. Next, we have a Better Together award. And that award is awarded to a mission partner that helps make a difference in school safety. And this year, if you know anything about Jeffcom 911, if you were at our presentation for the new dispatch center, they were a big part of helping us get that put into place and to help us find some funding for that. So we awarded Jeffcom 911 as our Better Together mission partner to help school safety. The interoperability that they offer to us and the trust that they have makes a significant difference in response time from law enforcement and our divisions when there is an issue at our schools. Next, we have our Safety Advocate Awards, which is administrators that go above and beyond to partner and ensure safe and welcome environments daily across Jeffco. This is always a really difficult decision to make and award because there's so many people that fit into this role, but this year we chose Brooke Tomachoff, who is the principal at Slater Elementary School, for her amazing work. And then also, this name is significant with everything we do, and that's Terry Walderman. As a student services director, everything she's done and the partnership she's given us over the years has just been so tremendous. So those two were awarded the Safety Advocate Award. And then finally, the Safety Champion Award is our very own Dr. Kim LeBlanc Esparza. And I will say this, under Superintendent Dorland and Dr. LeBlanc Esparza's leadership, I really believe that we as a Department of School Safety no longer are just simply the response physical mechanism that we used to be. Their leadership on the academic side and changing from operations has really ensured us to become a culture of dedicated environment, or dedicated to psychological and physical safety and the delicate balance of the two. We can be great at physical safety, but we have really dug in to prevention and psychological safety and what that means to our schools, and that has come a long way in the last 2 years under their leadership. So we awarded Dr. Kim with that amazing award as our safety champion for the year. So thank you, Dr. Kim. I'll let Madalena kick off the next.
Now we are going to dive into the monitoring report. So Executive Limitations 11, the superintendent will develop a safe schools plan following consultation with school and school district accountability committees, parents, teachers, administrators, students, and when appropriate, members of the community that provides for a safe learning environment conducive to the learning process and free from unnecessary disruption. So in this report this year, we've updated content. First, the Emergency Dispatch Center redesign. There's an update in there regarding that new exciting project, the safety protocol for extracurricular activities, student voice in safety planning and management, secure vestibules and visitor procedures, campus supervisors, our budget considerations for safety, so that's cameras, radios, and video surveillance and storage, visitor and volunteer management, community partner tracking, and establishing emerging technology. We're going to dive into all of these a little bit deeper as we get to the compliance statement. Now, we also have new content in the report. We've added content regarding our student safety, our shared responsibility initiative, and 2 appendixes. One, our Safe and Welcoming Learning Environments Investment Report, which is Appendix A, and a draft adult sexual misconduct response procedures, which is Appendix B. Now, Jeff is going to dive into the data we looked at from this past year.
We were pretty excited about the data from the student and families that had an opportunity to complete the Jeffco Listens employee, student, and family feedback surveys, which took place from January 21st through February 18th. A total of 3,623 Jeffco employees responded to the survey. Most of those employees, 3,608, indicated how safe they felt at work over the past week. As shown, 57% reported almost always feel safe. Now that was 2 points down from the last time we gave the survey. However, an additional 28% indicated they frequently feel safe, which 2 points above. So it kind of equates to a pretty even keel when it comes to our staff feeling safe. And we take that, I think we take that very serious because we talk a lot about student safety and students feeling safe, but we want our staff in all of our buildings in our schools to feel safe as well. So when we look at that, we often go back with our management team and think about what can we do next to enhance how our staff feel safe at work as well. Next, the family survey included an overall safety topic with 5 separate questions, as you'll see on the table. More than 11,500 families of students in pre-K through 12th grade answered the survey. 3/4 of those families responded favorably regarding their overall perception of safety, which was the same as last year, so very even. The topic ranked near the 40th percentile compared to national panorama survey vendor benchmarks. For this topic, Jeffco falls slightly below the average compared to the responses from other districts and schools across the country on the same survey questions. Elementary families reported higher favorability for the schools to the school for safety topic than secondary families. The questions with the highest favorability were around children feeling safe and drugs not being a problem at school. That says a lot because I get calls often from our middle schools and our high school parents saying, hey, what are you going to do? This seems to be rampant in our schools, and we work with schools on what that looks like, but it's great to know that our elementaries are not dealing with that issue, at least from the survey. Please note that a percentage favorable is measuring the positive responses from families, and this has come from Dr. Eaton, and this is great because sometimes when you dig into surveys, I don't understand the nuances of this, and so for an example, the question overall, how unsafe does your child feel at school? A large majority, so 84% of those families reported that their child feels not at all unsafe or slightly unsafe. And sometimes you can read and misinterpret some of that data, and it's great to know that 84% plus of our students feel, as it said, feel not at all unsafe. Mixture of words, but I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. That was very important. The Panorama Survey for grades 3 through 5 was administered a second time this year, and for secondary students in 6 through 12 for the third time. We had 12,000 elementary students that completed the survey. 7 in 10 respondents had a favorable perception of the overall topic of safety. Compared to national norms, that ranks near the 80th percentile. That is a huge celebration for us. The items of highest favorability were in the lower likelihood of being bullied online or in physical fights for elementary students, and about 40% of our elementary students had a favorable response for not being disrespected by others. I think those numbers say a lot about a lot of the things that we deal with and we see through Safe to Tell and others are a lot of these similar topics. And we've got students that are willing to take a survey and they're telling us that they don't feel like they're unsafe in those realms. I think that says a lot about some of the culture work that we're doing with our schools, internal to each of the principals. And then finally, for 25,000 secondary students who completed the survey, a little over 6 in 10, so 62% across the board, responded favorably to the overall school safety topic, a 1 percentage point increase from the prior year. If you look down every one of those questions, it's great to see either a 0 or an increase in every one of those percentage values. And as you all know, as we do, we had a very difficult year. We had some severity, some issues that came up, and they've been pretty severe this year. But to know that our secondary students really feel like there's a safe environment and the culture of safety is there, I think it says a lot for what we're doing in our schools. I'll kick it over to Madalena for some of the operational items.
Now, as we move into our compliance statement, we're going to first start with the items we've operationalized. So first with campus safety. Our campus security team is deployed throughout our high schools and many of our K-8 and middle school campuses. They are highly trained in mental health, first aid, de-escalation, search, camera access, and intel, and are assisted by mental health and safety personnel as appropriate. Now next, when we go on to safety checks, Jeffco's Emergency Operation Plan, or EOP, continues to be operationalized with modifications occurring when necessary over time. In the 2024-25 school year, we completed annual full safety checks at every school. So this includes our fire drills, lockdown, shelter or evacuation drills, verifying our school response team member information and credentials, and other pertinent information to be fully prepared for any type of incident. Now, when it comes to emergency response training, our building administrators and community superintendents are scheduled to complete their annual mandatory safety training for the 2025-2026 school year in July and August. And transportation, secretaries, paraprofessionals, and facility managers are scheduled to be trained in July and August on safety best practices and responsibilities. Additionally, Cabinet and our other Jeffco Public Schools Incident Command System teams, so that's our reunification team and our emergency phone bank team, are scheduled to complete large-scale scenario response-based training in July and August. As we move on to our threat assessment model, Jeffco implements the threat assessment model identified by national best practice, which requires the following incidents, you can see in the report, but it requires establishing a multidisciplinary threat assessment team, all these things we've done, defining prohibited and concerning behaviors, establish and provide training on central reporting systems, determine threshold for law enforcement intervention, establish assessment procedures, create and promote a safe school climate, and provide training for all stakeholders. So those are all things in place with our current threat assessment model. Now, when we move on to community education, the Department of School Safety and Security works with school-based parent organizations to present safety best practices and to answer community questions through school-based structures. A presentation was delivered by this team at the Safe School Summit in April of 2025. We move on to student review team. Student review team is a multidisciplinary team meeting weekly to make balanced decisions regarding response to severe student behaviors. Now, on to the consistent use of the district discipline matrix. All school-based administrators have been trained on the newly revised student discipline matrix and are using it to inform discipline decision-making. And last in that operationalized category, our emergency dispatch center redesign. The Department of School Safety finished its renovation and technology upgrade of the Emergency Dispatch Center in April of 2025. This project was funded by almost $1 million in grant funding from the State of Colorado's Office of School Safety. We also received $75,000 in grant match funding from Jeffco Public Schools and $100,000 from Jefferson County Emergency Communication Authority, or JCECA. The newly renovated center has expanded its space to accommodate growth in the Emergency Dispatch Center personnel numbers, and now has state-of-the-art technology, allowing the dispatch team to provide faster, life-saving support to schools in need. Now we're going to move on to our on-track items. So first in on-track, when we look at safety training, we built capacity with consistent messaging and robust safety training across all divisions of the organization, training to include in-person and virtual, online, when and where available. We've implemented a safety protocol for extracurricular events, so we've trained Department of School Safety staff personnel, athletic directors, and other key stakeholder groups in the Evacuate, Evade, Defend safety protocol. So this is a best practice protocol for an active threat at large events. So think our sporting stadiums, musicals, etc. We hope to scale implementation to all stadiums and school sites. Next and on track are student voice in safety planning and management. We've increased solicitation of student voice through Jeffco Student Leadership Board and strategic decision-making around safety priorities and planning. And now we've also provided in Appendix A, the Safe and Welcoming Learning Environments Report. So this past year, we developed a roadmap of safety-related funding priorities in the development of this report. It's a follow-up of the 2024 Alliance work with input from our 4 board advisory committees and the student board. We got to see all of you as we went to your different committees over the past year. Following up on track are secure vestibules and visitor procedures. So we increased target hardening for unwanted visitors, which is basically making our schools less attractive, more secure, and harder to access, via secure vestibules, which prioritize controlled access. And in Appendix B, we added in the response procedure for adult sexual misconduct draft. So our Student Safety, Our Shared Responsibility initiative, we're collaborating with local child safety experts to evaluate current safety practices and implement revisions or new initiatives to create a safer and more supportive learning environment for all students. Now we're going to move on to Jeff touching base on our challenges.
Probably the most difficult part to talk about are those challenges, right? We wish we could solve all the problems, but I want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we run into when it comes to some of the safety measures. The first, I'll start with the volume of reports. As reporting tools like Safe to Tell grow in popularity and usage, our team has experienced a significant increase in the volume of reports, requiring monitoring ongoing and consistent timely responses. In your handout, you had some of the Safe to Tell data that you had asked for the last time we met. I do have some data from last year, very similar in those 5 categories. We are very consistent, either up or down in most of those categories, but very similar to the 2023-24 data. Next, I wanted to move on to campus supervisors. We're closing our 24-25 school year with just 15 vacancies. Many of those were either they moved on or retirements. It's one of the lowest ratios we've had in vacancies in recent years. Despite ongoing staffing challenges, we remain committed to increasing the number of campus supervisors to ensure full coverage at every middle, K-8, and high school, with future consideration for elementary schools as well. Budget and considerations for safety, cameras, radio and video surveillance and storage. Some non-FTE school safety investments are funded centrally, while others fall under individual school budgets, leaving the maintenance responsibilities to schools and creating parity challenges outlined in the Safe and Welcoming Learning Environments report that you've all received. When it comes to visitor and volunteer management, community partner tracking, this district currently lacks a consistent visitor and volunteer management process, with some schools using systems like Raptor while others are not, prompting the exploration of a district-wide solution that will require centralized funding. I'm happy to say that we do have a project team moving forward right now with the visitor and volunteer management and community partner tracking that kicked off a couple months ago, so we're in the middle of that tracking and that project is moving forward. Establishing emerging technology. You heard from TD PAC last week, who talked about modernization and everything is computerized, but prioritizing school safety requires evaluating and effectively implementing advanced technologies such as emergency alert systems that activate intercom alarms, and notify staff via messenger apps, while also addressing the challenges of adapting to the evolving needs and securing sustainable funding for adoption and maintenance. That too is included in your safe and welcoming environment. That packet, which is the safe and welcoming and learning environment, dives into these details with more cost estimations and the community feedback. As Madalena said earlier, we went to all of the different board committees and got some input. The Safe and Welcoming Learning Report was produced during the 24-25 school year as a collaborative effort between the Department of School Safety and the Office of Strategic Initiatives. It fulfills the aligned superintendent goal. School Safety ends 3.1 to 3.4, and builds on the spring 2024 Alliance engagement. A key component of the development of this safe and welcoming learning environment was seeking input from our board advisory committees, the DAC, the District Advisory Committee, TDAC, TDPAC, Technology and Data Privacy, the Capital Asset Advisory Committee, which is CAC, the Financial Advisory Committee, FAC, and then also our Jeffco Leadership Board, JSLB. There are key physical safety recommendations from all of our board advisory committees and student leadership throughout that report. Finally, our recommendations at a glance. All staff and students in school communities deserve environments that are welcoming without threats, bullying, intimidation, and harassment. Jeffco Public Schools prioritize the safety and well-being of our students and staff. We understand that students learn best when they can attend classes in a secure and welcoming environment. The district safety plan identifies security programs and measures that focus on prevention, intervention, and crisis response 24 hours a day. Jeffco's Safe Schools plan is part of the district emergency operations, which includes both school sites and our educational support sites. The plan is reviewed and revised annually. Changes and revisions are made based on best practice or shifts in protocols or school environments. The first part is to invest in people. Equipping school communities with the right staff and resources is foundational to safety. Consistent funding is needed to maintain and grow school safety staffing, including salaries, benefits, and the tools these professionals need to serve schools effectively. Schools' needs vary, and flexible, reliable staffing models must be supported to address site-specific concerns while aligning with national safety standards. Staffing and maintaining our school resource officers under a new cost-sharing model, which is now consistent with other districts across the metro region and across the state. Staffing school-based campus supervisors, we are finishing the year, as I said, with 15 vacancies, and it's once again extremely challenging to hire these, but we're so excited with the new expectation and training model we have in place to keep campus supervisors in the program, in their schools, working throughout the year. Investing in modern equipment. Radios, cameras, and other essential tools should not be dependent on individual school budgets. A centrally managed system, including a rolling 7-year radio replacement cycle, would ensure all schools have access to up-to-date, functioning equipment, minimizing disparities, and reducing administrative burdens at the school level. Camera and radio purchase and upgrades and maintenance would be inclusive of that 7-year plan. Investing in technology and data system. District-wide emergency alert system would be a digital application that allows a staff member to initiate an alert. It triggers an audible alarm over the intercoms, but it also notifies law enforcement and any individual that we deem fit over the secure app. This system reflects a national best practice and ensures timely response and recovery in any crisis. Visitor and volunteer management system. As I said earlier, we have a team that's working on that currently. The district's exploring ways to purchase and implement that at some time, but it's going to require central funding to source out. I know last week, as I said, you heard from the TDPAC, but we must stay in alignment with the national best practices and modernize Jeffco's safety infrastructure. And that includes required upgrades to our aging security technologies that includes our video surveillance and storage. All of that is in your Safe and Welcoming Environments packet. Those were recommendations from those 5 board committees, along with our Student Leadership Board. With that, that's the end of our presentation, and we're glad to answer questions.
Thank you. You weren't that bad compared to the kids. Not bad.
We'll take not bad.
Any questions, comments for our presenters? Dr. Varda?
Thank you. Such important work for us. I was curious about the campus supervisors. Why do you think we have the gap? Is it a difficult to fill position? Is it our pay range? you know, the challenges of the job. Just curious what you think the challenge is in filling.
Yes, yes, and yes. I will say I think it's an extremely difficult job to fill because oftentimes people aren't sure what it entails. And when you actually get in the job and we talk to them about, guess what? You're going to hear some of the real negative things. You're going to see and be exposed to things that kids are going through, and you're going to have to deal with that and manage that. And if you've got crisis in your own life or other things going wrong, sometimes people can't handle that from a dual fold. I think pay range is a part of it. I think that's just it. That is what it is across any. If I think our JESPA positions is the pay component is difficult. We were really excited that we are now able to pay individuals through the whole year. I think that was an issue we dealt with a couple years ago, and I think we fixed that. Has been a big deal. But we get people that get in the job and they're unsure of what it entails, and all of a sudden it becomes too burdensome. And so at some point, we are working on really trying to challenge ourselves to be better at upfront implementation and onboarding to try and see if we can navigate that sooner before we get a month or 2 months in and they decide that they don't want to get there. But I think those are all concerns that we try and navigate.
I wonder also if the surrounding school community might not understand their role or importance, like not just onboarding for them, but for the whole school community to see their, to elevate their role in a really respected and valued way. I have a friend who was a community, I forgot the title. Campus supervisor, thank you, who felt like maybe not as valued in the community as they felt they were. So
I can appreciate that. We do everything we can to lift them up and elevate their work whenever we can. But I think oftentimes they're seen as that individual that just takes care of certain things and keeps the school safe. And when we started, and I won't get into it, but we started a leadership development program in the Department of School Safety last year, and this year was our first leadership program where we're growing our individuals up from the JESPA level as leaders. We're taking them through book studies, and we're actually doing leadership orientation with our teams to help them do exactly that, have more ownership and be seen a little differently and hold their shoulders back and show the importance of the work that they do.
I was just going to say thank you for the clarification from Dr. Eaton.
Yes.
We should fix that in the slide. It's so confusing, even though I know it. I know we want to report the favorable response, but at a glance, the question, you think it's the negative. I know you said that, but maybe I'm just plus oneing that. It's so that people don't get confused how favorable the results are. I did have just a question on the what slide am I on? 7. But it's the same one where you were talking about positively how really it's 16% only said they do not feel safe at school. 84% answered favorably. On the other hand, the first question is how often do you worry about violence at your child's school? And that one, I'm trying to add them now, 56% said favorably, but that meant 34%, 44%. said that they do feel unfavorably, they feel that. So what's how are we looking at those two measures differently, unsafe versus feeling of violence? Because that's a pretty different response, and to me they seem very similar, so I'm curious how we got parents who feel so differently in one category and not the other. Does that make sense?
I would say, I think it's extremely difficult to devise something that says here's why parents would feel that. I don't think we know exactly. My concern with this entire survey from a safety lens is it's very subjective and it's very vague. A lot of things about not feeling safe and violent could be you ride the RTD to school every day. I saw those young men and women talk about they're unsafe walking to school every day. So a parent's perception answering a safety question could simply be their walk to school, their walk home, and not necessarily negate some of the physical safety of the issues that are going on in the school itself. So I think that's very difficult for us to really think about exactly what that's favorite. I think it's something for us to think about and ask the questions. I think when we get in front of our parents and the organizations, we often ask, what do you feel? We ask parents to give us input, and I think we can continue to do that. But I would say it's very difficult, at least from my lens, to put something specific in there.
And you've presented before, but I am so grateful for the view of the the look at the central resources for these. It's just one of those things, we just should not have inequities in schools based on these budgets for safety. It's just a non-negotiable, I think, in terms of having equity across the board and highest standards for safety in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to start off by saying I'm super grateful for the ongoing cultivated relationships and longstanding partnership with our sheriff's office and our municipality law enforcement. I know that's not something that comes without effort, and it's been effort and a lot of investment over a long period of time. And I just want to lift up, as a Lakewood resident, how grateful I am for the Lakewood PD, especially in their response recently in holding community as we've dealt with some difficult issues. I also want to lift up, I appreciate the attention given to psychological safety and culture and climate as prevention, rather than just an overreach into physical safety. I prefer prevention rather than reactive, and I think it's making a difference in our county and for our students. I think that focus has been kind of culture changing, and I have lots of reasons why I think that, but I won't go into it right now. I did want to ask you how the recruitment efforts are going for those 15 vacancies. Are we making any headway? Are we hoping that the summer is going to be productive?
We typically start those interviews mid-July, because what happens if you start too early, they say yes, and then they don't start till August, and they've already found another position. So we'll wait till late July, but we'll get a pool of applicants together. We have a process we go through to get them acclimated. Mr. Gus, Jimmy Gus, who is our emergency, our campus supervisor manager, he and I have already discussed going into a second level of interviewing and some hands-on opportunities through the interview process to maybe get people more acclimated to what they're signing up for prior to putting them in the work.
Great.
One thing I'll add to that, a part of our culture work this past year has been really focusing in on orientation, so how we're bringing new employees in all 5 of our sections into the department. And so that work is being done monthly now, where new team members get to come in. And that's oftentimes our campus supervisors, because that position's the most revolving.
Yeah, thank you for putting some extra effort and attention onto that. On slide 6, we were looking at the employee safety data, and I do want to lift up, I know it's only 1%, but 52 employees responded that they almost never feel safe. And so my curiosity is, what is our response to that? What happens for somebody who responds that they almost never feel safe in their work environment? I know we don't capture like the names of who responded in that way, but for folks who maybe did and maybe are listening, how do we respond? What do we do?
I would love to know as well, and I think Dr. Kim and I think any of our chiefs in our organization would love to know the answer to that. And even if we can get a survey that's anonymous where people say, hey, here's some of the things I'd like you to focus on that don't make me feel safe at work. I think we've heard some of it in public comment that have come from some of our membership about some things that they're concerned about in their working conditions, and I think that's probably a part of it. But we would love to dive in and see what we can do. The problem becomes when you don't know and you're unsure of what exactly is making people feel unsafe. It's sometimes hard to fix. We can surely navigate that world as much as we can and be there and be involved in discussions, but until we really know what's going on, sometimes it might be very difficult for it to help us to help fix that.
Absolutely. It makes me curious about prior to them feeling safe, like, are they aware of what their response, what their options could be, and if there's a way to report where they're not going to be afraid of either retaliation or being dismissed, or it's just something I'm thinking about, because 52 is a lot of individuals who are working with our students who are reporting not feeling safe. And so even though it's 1% of our, 99% of our folks are not saying that, it makes me wonder how we support them. Sure. When do we plan on hearing back from community partners about our ASM practices? Like, when do we get to hear back their feedback?
That's a great question. So we've already gotten some initial feedback from our community partners reviewing our practices. We've met with the Ralston House, and so they've helped us initially get feedback on our current training. We had a committee meeting with them at the end of April, actually. And so our working group is continuing to have that dialogue as we're developing those practices. So it's actually an ongoing process where we're getting feedback, we're changing, getting feedback, changing. Yeah.
So there's exchange, and it's
yes.
back and forth.
Yeah.
That's great to hear. Are we looking at Raptor as a district-wide service, and is there an RFP process in the works, or are we looking at other providers? I'm curious about that.
Other providers, I think the project team is looking at opportunity of what that should look like, and then there'll be an RFP to go out to make sure everybody has an opportunity to see what the best and most productive system, cost-effective, would be for us to implement.
Can I add to that, or were you going to?
Good. What I know is both Jeff and Tara Pena did a significant amount of homework looking into what products were available, but part of, in doing all of that, the realization of it's not just about we do this for all of our schools, but we have to have an in-depth conversation with our IT team to make sure that the support's in place, that we understand how we train people, what are the upkeep, and all those pieces. So Jill Ibeck got involved with that process as well, along with project management, and really looking at it from a more systemic level to make sure if we are going to do something like that, we set ourselves up for success with it, and we're really thoughtful about what does it look like to really put that in place throughout an entire district. And so it's taking the time necessary to make sure I identify all the elements needed to set it up for success.
Great. I would lift up that we have heard from community members who are concerned about costs related to that. And I am in support of us having a volunteer and community partner management system and having that tracking ability for who is in our schools. But I hear their concerns about cost and trying to balance that. I just want the community to know that I've heard it, and I think that it's incredibly valuable for keeping our schools safe. And also, as a community member and a parent in the community, it's important for me to know that there are security things that are in place and that I don't know what all of them are. That is valuable, that I don't know, and that other parents also don't have a full view of all of our safety protocols, because as much as I want to trust everybody in our community, we also have to make sure that we are really allowing our institution to keep everybody safe and not thinking that person who's okay today is going to continue to be okay tomorrow, and they won't approach a school with some bad intention. And so I've had conversations with parents where we adamantly disagree about this, but I wanted to lift that up, that I do support us having visitor and community partner tracking in our schools, and that it's not based on SBB.
Can I add to that really quick? Because this was something I was going to raise. We have had public comment about this. How would you all as the experts respond? Because I share Director Kenworthy's perspective, but I think it would be helpful for those listening from the public to hear. Tell us why it is so important to have and for us to invest in that system consistently, because I know some schools are doing, to volunteer at my kid's school, I had to have a background check, but I don't know that that's the same at every school. And so if you could speak just from the expert's perspective as to why that's so important, I think that would be helpful. Is that okay, Aaron?
I would start that it's national best practice. If you look at any national safety protocol expectation from the FBI to any system out there, they talk about a visitor volunteer process and management system to know who's in our buildings at all times. The background checks are an additional response, right? We should know who's in our buildings, what the background is, and know if we're going to expose our kids to individuals, we should know enough about them to know whether they belong around kids or not. That's a secondary option, right? Anything to do with bringing an individual from the outside in our schools, there should be an expectation that we not only recognize who they are through some type of a visual aid, but we've done enough to recognize why they're there, and then we allow them to go to certain places we want them to be at and nowhere else. That may not sound like a safe and welcoming environment at times, but it's a safety environment that also welcomes people to protect and take care of our kids. And when you talk to national safety experts, and Madalena could speak to this, she speaks all over the nation about some of this work. That is an expectation that they all have, and that's a consistent expectation across the nation.
Yeah, it's a norm as we look at national trends to have processes in place where we're really being sure that we are clear on who's around our kids at all times and the varying levels of access to kids. So if I'm going in to bring in cupcakes to a classroom, that's different than I'm leading a reading group alone with a group of 5 kids, right? And so being really clear about specific adults having access to children is incredibly important. Also, when we look at the flip side of if an emergency occurs in our building, we need to know who's in our building, because our first responders don't care if it's a kiddo or a teacher or a volunteer. If there's a person in danger in our building, they're going to go risk their life to protect that person. Having an accurate list of who's in our building at all times is incredibly important from that other side of the coin. When bad things happen, we have to have that response.
Just want to thank you for that. I was going to ask that exact same question. And I just want to really lift up, because there is a narrative among our community, among our staff, among a lot of people, that we're wasting money by spending money in central administration, and that this money does not directly benefit students. And keeping our students safe is like one of the most fundamental ways that we benefit our students. So I'm just hoping that increasingly our people who are representing Jeffco and people who are living in Jeffco will kind of stop and think for just a minute, what does that central administration budget do? And why is it so important that we take this out of central administration funding? So that we're not saying some kids deserve to be fully safe and other kids do not. So I just really wanted to lift that up and highlight that.
Thank you. I didn't start with that. I just jumped in. Thank you. The work you do is incredibly important, and I think what you've seen is a board that passionately agrees with that. I wanted to ask about the secure vestibules. I know we're really close. Do we have all of them done?
We have one left to be completed this summer, so the goal is to have everything completed by the end of summer. So starting that 2025-26 school year, we should have all completed.
So I want to lift that up. When I joined the board, my first meeting at the CAC, I didn't realize that this was still something we were working on, and that is a huge accomplishment for 155 schools. So I want to lift up the accomplishment that is. I also want to lift up, and I know, Mr. Pearson, we've talked about this, that preschool causes some interesting and unique challenges in our system. And so if there are those listening, and if you have questions, I encourage you to reach out to your principal about how we are keeping schools safe when parents do come into the building more than to just drop off in the hug and go. I know it's a question I've gotten a lot. So I want to lift that up because I get that question quite a bit with my daughter being of that age. I also want to just share that I was really excited to be a part of the new dispatch center opening. I think those are unsung heroes in a lot of the work that happens. Those are people up all hours of the night, high stress, and so I'm really glad that we were able to give them a facility that is worthy of the work that they are doing. So huge props to the district on that, and the DeAngelis Center visit was always super impactful, and I'm so proud that that's something that we have in our district. I'm also interested in finding out how we make sure that that central office budget is inclusive of all of our schools, and so I don't know how we do that, but that is something that I'm very much interested in making sure we're funding from an equitable standpoint across. And I will just end by saying I want to lift up the Golden Police Department and our partnership there too. Huge responses for us at some of our schools this year, and it's really meaningful, and as parents as the district, this work, it means a lot. So thank you.
I also want to thank you, and I've really enjoyed all the events that we've been at and the trainings that you've given. I think they've been really helpful for the community. And also, I want to lift up the monitoring report that goes with this. It has so much good information, and personally, I get so frustrated to get an email or hear somebody talk about Jeffco doesn't care about safety. They don't care about their kids. They're not doing anything to prevent sexual abuse. And this monitoring report shows how much we're doing, how much training and what resources are there. Also, I like the links that you have, the discipline matrix. We get so many emails from parents who say, you know, my son got slammed in the at the playground, you know, and that kid that pushed him down, nothing's happening, you know, what are we doing? And just letting people know, here's a discipline matrix, and here's what we do, and there's levels of risk and so forth. So I really want to figure out some way we can push it out to more people. Also, on the SRTs, the student review team, how are the students identified to be part of the review?
We aren't typically involved in the SRT for the most part, but I do know that oftentimes students are brought there when it's crimes of violence, if there's weapons charges or significant charges against a student that may have a victim in a school or victimization, where that SRT came together. And what's great about SRT and about the threat process, people always look at it's a threat assessment. What we love to talk about is it's a threat assessment to provide expectations, but also to provide input and sources of support for students to keep them safe. It's not a mechanism to label somebody as a threat. It's a mechanism to give support so kids can be safe in school and navigate the world of school while still being maybe they're going through the justice system. We're giving them resources to help support them. And so I know that SRT team does a great job of identifying individuals on where they should go, what the best next case scenario is, best place for them when it comes to the severity of the crime or the whatever threat that they pose to the school.
And one thing I will add on to that, our threat assessment model really is a national model when it comes to best practice around threat assessment. So I want to lift up our judicial services team for the work they do every day. And that process really takes out the questions around where do kids go along the lines. You'll see in the report, in the data provided around the number of threat assessments that were started versus 88% of them were screening tools. So that means something's brought up, it's screened at the school level, it's reviewed as not a threat, and it doesn't move on in the process, or there's supports provided. And so as it rises up that threshold, that's when that student review team comes into play. We're really proud of the work that team does every day.
I'm just going to throw in there too that when I was teaching anyway, teachers could refer people to that.
Okay, that's what, so is it like the school refers them?
Typically, there's an incident and or a pattern of behavior that they get referred to the SRT team, and it is a multidisciplinary team. It is school leadership, it is the judicial services team, it is mental health support and SEL team. It's a number of people really looking at, to Jeff's point, not just how do we keep everyone safe, how do we educate that student in the best way possible as well and ensure that they can continue learning also. So it's really something looking for best case scenario for both the student as well as the school population that they have maybe been attending with prior.
Thank you. And two other things. One is the number of tickets that are given out to students. I read an article recently that really shocked me, and I thought I knew a lot about the legal system, but that in Colorado, you can charge a child 10 years old, you can arrest them and you can charge them with a crime. But they don't automatically get legal representation like an adult does. You know, an adult court hearing, they say, if you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided for you, but the kids don't get that, which is shocking. But it concerned me because the article was talking about some kids that, most of them get diverted. There's a program to, make sure that they don't get a record started. But if a child and family wants to fight it and say, no, we're not going to admit anything, then they have to go find their own legal representation. So mostly I'm just saying, are we aware of that when we're handing out tickets? Or the SROs aware that these are children and that it might be, more complicated than adult tickets?
I'll start. I'll just say I believe they are. We have started back a juvenile working group with the district attorney's office that just kicked off a couple months ago, and we're going to meet again in September, and we talk about those very things. What's happening with our juveniles, especially our youngers that are potentially finding themselves in a very difficult situation with law enforcement. Our SROs have specialized training that they have to go through NASRO that teaches them and gives them in compliance with individuals at a certain level and age on ticketing systems and that, and they do an amazing job. I can't tell you that there's been any tickets written for youngers to that age. I know we had a recent one that we were dealing with. What's great about our partnership with law enforcement is we get to call them and talk through with those investigators. We have an amazing relationship where the crimes against children or even just investigative work that happens outside of our SROs, they're in constant communication with us about incidents that's happened. So we can talk through and talk with them about, here's our take from a school lens. We can't tell them what to do or when to write tickets, but we surely can navigate the world with them together.
And our judicial services team works hand in hand with that judicial system, right? So there's actually a group that meets for kids that are younger in the process. And so our judicial services team has a voice at that table. And part of their role is to provide supports, wraparound supports for students so that they can be successful in whatever that process looks like. And what I will say is when we look at SRO data, some of our agencies, like Arvada and Westminster, provide us reports on their number of contact with students and what that contact actually is. And we see the majority of contact SROs are having with students is mentorship, or they're giving them legal advice, like mom and dad might be going through something with the court system and they're giving them advice on that, or just an overview, not like formal legal advice, but an overview of what's going on there. And so a majority of those interactions are not being resulted in tickets or something that's putting them into the system. It's more of that mentorship relationship.
Great, and I just have one random statement to make. I feel like when I go into a lot of schools, I get through the first button and the buzzer and all that kind of stuff. It's great. I get into the secure vestibule, and there are so many door options for me to go in from there. I'm just trying to figure out why we need so many doors once you get in the vestibule. Do you have any idea how doors are assigned?
A true vestibule does one specific thing. When you get inside it, we get to control your next level of access. The level of access should be either into the main office, where we have individuals that can navigate while you're there before you get access to students. The main door should give you access to students. And so best practice is to have doors that navigate either welcoming you into the building where you have access to kids, or putting you into the office where you can be navigated by adults prior to you then going through another set of doors to get to students. So secure vestibules are done in a way that manages individuals so that we have better security and better, I guess, resistance to make sure that they're getting access where we want them to have access.
That certainly makes sense, but I'm telling you, I get confused. I'm in there and don't know which direction to turn, but it's just random. Anyway, thank you so much for this. I'm really proud of the safety precautions that we have in Jefferson schools, so you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, our next study agenda item is for the board to receive an update on the FY 2025-26 adopted budget from Ms. Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer, and Brian Sammons, Director of Budgets. This is our final presentation before we adopt the budget next week. I want to acknowledge and thank the members of our Financial Advisory Committee who attended our May 29 meeting and gave public comment on our budget. I also want to thank our budget team for their preparation and presentations over the past several months. Seems like it just never ends, does it? And before I turn the time over to the presenters, Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I just want to say also a thank you to both Brenna and Brian. Between the state funding process, negotiations, building the budget, the demands on them at this time of year are pretty significant, and they not only engage in that work, but we ask lots of questions during this time frame as a staff team, and they work incredibly hard to be responsive and give us the feedback and the data that we need so that we can continue to engage in many different processes. So I just want to say thank you to both of you, because I know that you work incredibly hard all year long, but this time of year is particularly challenging. So thank you for being so responsive.
I was almost going to forget the microphone. Sorry. Good afternoon, board members. We're excited to be here today as our concluding presentation of what's been a little bit of a marathon. A couple opening comments as we talk about our timeline. It's easy to think of this as our budget. I think Mr. Sammons and I both put a lot of our personal energy into it, but it's really not. It is a compilation of budgets across probably 250 people who are deeply invested in doing important work. So for example, Mr. Pearson is a budget owner who oversees his budget, and the budget represents his plan of what he's going to do next year. Same is true for our school leaders, same is true for lots of different folks in the district. So I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is not actually just one mammoth thing. It's many, many pieces of a puzzle. And so insofar as sometimes we don't have an answer about exactly what someone's plan is with their budget, it's simply because it's too many pieces for any one human to keep in their brain all at once. Budgets evolve. This is to be expected. It reflects, I think, an attentive budget practice that is ultimately more transparent for the public when we update our budgets. And so the reason that we come to you with a January revised budget is actually that it is more transparent to tell you right away if we're spending on track or not and adjust accordingly, or if something has changed in funding or something has changed in enrollment. It also creates a better starting point for the following year's budget. So I want to be clear, the goal is not to pick a number today that stays the same for every single day in the next 365. The goal is to give our best estimate, and per the request of this board, this district approaches the budget as an estimated spend. It's not the authorization. It is what we think we will actually spend. And so we take the sum of all the pieces, and then we subtract $50 million, $60 million based on our estimate of what won't get spent, right? But that makes the whole thing just an estimate. So I want to be clear about that. So today, we're going to present the adopted budget, but if anyone is tuning in late in this mini-series, they may think this is a rather short episode, and it is. That's because we've had so many. Today, the adopted budget formally includes, by reference, the proposed budget. And you'll recall that presentation from May was many, many slides. I actually think it was close to, I don't know, 680, 90? I don't know. Anything that has changed, we will highlight today, but we are not going to repeat all the things we already shared. And that is incorporated by reference. And I'll remind us at the end as well. This is a way to visualize how the budget presentations build on one another and what numbers we've shared at each and how they get to today's punchline. And as a spoiler alert, today's punchline is that our new general fund budget represents a $2 million expense increase from the current year, meaning next year we estimate that we will spend $2 million more than we are spending this year in the general fund. Because revenue is flat next year, we've shared that same projection multiple times, that $2 million becomes an additional draw on fund balance as compared to the current year's draw on fund balance. The rest of these kind of walk us through the evolution points. So back in March, we talked about school budgets, and we talked about the fact that our enrollment continues to decline. Back in March, our estimate, and actually back in December, our estimate was that enrollment would decline around 800 students. We'll come back to you in September, October with an update. At the moment, we think the decline might be a little more than 800 students, but the trends in Enroll Jeffco are not so severe that we want to make a change to that estimate today. So when we presented it in March, we talked about the fact that budgeting fewer expenditures at the school level ultimately results in a starting reduction, so to speak, of expenditures of about $5.4 million. So, and we repeated that number in April. In April, we talked about departments. I think you just had a conversation where you clarified that school versus department is not the same as central versus something else, right? There are many, many departments whose sole focus is our students and work in schools. And we don't actually characterize all our departments as general administration or central administration. That's not what they roll up to. For example, safety and security rolls up to operations and maintenance. That's consistent with CDE standards and practices. They don't roll up to general administration. Just because something is a department, again, does not mean that it's not focused on schools. So I think in the department budget conversation, we talked through a series of changes we needed to make that amounted to a $10 million increase. And for example, you see that bullet below, existing programming deployed in schools through student success, which is, includes our special education department, food and nutrition services, safety and security, and general school-based activities were all temporarily funded and or were running in excess of their budgets such that 6.5 million of the 10.2 that's a so-called add is actually just shifting funds. We have to identify a new source of funds for something that used to be in a grant fund or used to be covered by, for example, our municipal partners. In the case of safety and security, we talked in that presentation about 2.2 million of costs that used to be paid from somewhere else and is now paid for by us, or will be next year. That shows up as an add, but it's not a new activity. It is something that we're currently doing. We currently have SROs, and they will cost more next year because we're now split funding them. So all of the things in that 10.2 did not represent new activities. They represented things that we're currently doing that cost more. And we talked a lot about cost overruns, et cetera. And you see those also, by the way, in our Q3, which I'll be sharing next week. We did post it early, so you could see it if you haven't yet. So you can see some of those overspend trends. The most notable one is special education. So again, just to serve our students that we have and the things that we're doing is costing more than the original budget estimate, and therefore we need to add budget next year. So that was the 10.2. In the proposed budget, we talked about reinvesting what had been one-time compensation for employees as recurring. And then separately, we talked about reducing our contribution to the general fund. Typically, in the past several years, we've been contributing 30 million from the general fund to the capital reserve fund. At the board's direction, the proposed budget shrank that to 15 million. So that would show up, sort of, as 15 million in savings if you were to compare this year's budget to next year's proposed. That line item costs 15 million less. Now, the net of our comp increases as of May 9th, and that decision to defer a contribution or reduce a contribution to capital was a net reduction of 12.8. That means that the comp increases we had offered as of that date slightly exceeded what we're paying today in one-time comp, right? That's how those numbers all get us to a net negative 12.8. Does that make sense? I can come back to it. The sum of all that was summarized for you at the proposed budget on slide 22 as a year-over-year change to general fund expenditures of a reduction of 8 million. So the proposed budget proposed a general fund expenditure line that was 8 million lower than the current year's revised budget. And again, honestly, you can get out your calculators. If you sum negative 5.4, positive 10.2, negative 12.8, you get to negative 8 on a year-over-year basis. So this is trying to compare current year to next year and walking you through each change, whether it was a change in a school budget or a change in a departmental budget, recognizing that departments does not equal central, or a change relating to compensation across the board, all schools and departments, or the capital piece. So those are all the changes we've talked through today. The only thing that is new is updated compensation costs and a little bit of additional true-up. So Brian's team, in the midst of assembling 250 teams' budgets and doing that ground-up analysis, and we'll talk more about this later in the deck, carefully looks at each and every average salary, each and every planned FTE, sums back up to make sure we're assuming the right thing about benefits, and it's like a bazillion different checks and balances, and they actually came up with a couple of places where we can reduce our cost estimate, and so those help offset a little bit of the comp increases that are net adds. Those become net subtracts. The net is a 9.6 increase of general fund expense. So again, now we sum all those numbers, we get to about 1.6, which I've rounded to 2. So that was the number I led off with. The $2 million on a year-over-year increase to general fund expense that has showed up in each of 4 different presentations, different pieces of the puzzle to reach that sum. So this is my new thematic graphic to illustrate that. Yes?
Is it okay if I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to come back. Just to be sure I understand, so in all of these there is a reduction, increase. So I think I understand how we got to the 2 million within there. So for example, because I had asked like, what's the cost of?
And we have that a little bit later.
So that's not what this 9.6 is?
The 9.6 is a net. All these numbers are net of multiple movements. But yes, we have the specific number you asked for just a little bit later.
I guess I'm confused then. What is the 9.6? Can you just explain it again?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a net of kind of 3 different things. And we do have detail slides because it wouldn't be appropriate to just share one number. I was just trying to summarize it all in one place because it's sort of a story told in 4 different chapters. Today's chapter is the 9.6, and we will share more detail about that, which maybe if we keep going, it will become more apparent. It is our goal to explain that in detail. So, couple quick process notes. You have to adopt a budget by June 30th, you know this. And of course, I believe both sets of bargaining unit negotiations are still open. And so this adopted budget is just that. It's a budget that must be adopted. You must adopt one. You cannot wait past June 30th. And like we've always said, it's an estimate and we can revise it. So if the district makes decisions subsequent to adopting this budget that change it, okay, we either amend it, and that's usually like a September timeframe, or we revise it, and that's usually a January timeframe. And so the board has those options available to it. And we still have to have assumptions that are in this budget. And so for purposes of building a budget and a plan that is our best estimate today, we've used compensation increase offers that were the district's most recent offer. That is consistent. Every other year we've done this process. We've always basically used, if negotiations are still open, we use the district's most recent offer. If negotiations have concluded, obviously we include a cost estimate representing that negotiated increase. So I wanted to make that super clear. And then secondly, in terms of the resources available to the district, you'll see this on a subsequent slide, but since we're in summary mode, I wanted to point out that we are estimating the general fund will have a fund balance of $175 million at the end of this year, of which $140 million at the end of this year, of which $140 million is spendable. So if you want to juggle some numbers in your head as we're talking today, $140 million is spendable, and that needs to cover a lot of different things. And again, we have a different slide that goes into greater detail, but it's just something to bookmark for the moment. Different uses could include things like school carry forward, which is an assigned reserve, an operational reserve, which enables us to allow for fluctuations in prices of things that is an approved activity but ends up costing more, et cetera, et cetera. So there's lots of different assigned reserve uses that are part of the total appropriation but are ultimately showing up in reserve. So again, that 140 is available for all those uses as well as the subsequent year's budget. Yeah.
So the 140 is after we spent, I couldn't find the number, it's the 39 million deficit that we have in this year's budget.
38?
Yeah.
38 to 39, something like that, yeah.
That's spent it.
Yes.
And so this is the leftover before we are approving the $40 million.
That's correct, yes. And again, those details will be in here. We supply a forecast of the current year so that you see both current year revised budget, current year forecast, next year's budget. Because I think obviously in taking your role very seriously around what are the resources available to the district, we want to make sure you have our best guess for what resources we will start with on July 1st.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to cover the FY 25-26 adopted budget, revenue and expenditures. Okay, so just to kind of ground ourselves a little bit in the slide deck, on the top right, we have either no change from proposed budget or revised from proposed budget. We try to spot that in the beginning, but I will be referencing it too as I talk through the slides. So here we have the FY 25-26 general fund revenue. General fund revenue budget for this next fiscal year remains unchanged from the May 9th proposed budget presentation. It is projected to remain flat compared to the revised 24-25 budget. Total program is set to be around $728 million, reflecting a modest increase of approximately $1 million over the current year. However, this increase is fully offset by a projected $1 million decrease in the FY25 revised budget and all other revenue sources, which are expected to total $254 million. Okay, so here are the final general fund revenue assumptions. These again are unchanged from the proposed budget from May 9th. So as shown, the district is forecasted to decline approximately 800 students in overall membership. Current projections estimate the funded count at around 64,800 when we use a 5-year average, and then 64,300 using a 4-year average. The at-risk student percentage is expected to drop by about 1%, while ELL and pre-K enrollment remains stable. Special education enrollment has increased 300 students from this current year, utilizing the December counts. Please note that the total program funding will be calculated using a combination of a 4-year and 5-year averaging as outlined by the CDE.
And I want to ask a question on this slide because I was confused what a 64.1 is. Is it 64 million?
It's in thousands.
It's in thousands. Because this is a new format. I'm not used to seeing 64.1.
We can make that correction and just note at the bottom that it's in thousands.
Yeah, that would help. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so for fiscal year 25-26, the district's general fund expenses are budgeted to increase by $2 million compared to the revised budget for this fiscal year. This also reflects the increase of approximately $10 million from proposed budget that was presented on May 9th. On a per student basis, the district plans to spend $15,565 from the general fund. It's important to note that compensation-related costs continue to be the largest portion of the budget, making up about 84% of the total general fund expenditures. This FY 25-26 adopted budget includes a total compensation cost increase of $28.7 million from FY 25 revised budget. For comparison purposes, we added $78.7 million in total compensation costs from FY 24 revised budget to FY 25 adopted budget.
Where are those numbers? I was just trying to follow.
Excuse me, he is citing the request that you had emailed to us. In terms of where they're in here, compensation shows up in the salary and benefits accounts.
You said it so fast, I couldn't even
Okay,
register. I was
no
hoping
problem.
to see them.
So I'm just going to repeat myself. So in the 25-26 adopted budget includes a total compensation cost increase of $28.7 million from the 24-25 revised budget. And then I said for comparison purposes, to kind of help year over year, we added $78.7 million in total compensation cost from 24 revised budget to 25 adopted budget.
I'm going to say too, I don't see that number that you're talking about, the 24 million.
The 28 million, yeah. So I do want to clarify, we had to finalize this presentation and submit it on Friday. I do respect that the question came in, so I tried to make sure we had the number to share. If you would like us to subsequently amend this deck and include that number, we are absolutely happy to do it.
And so just to clarify, the current proposal, the latest proposal for our negotiations totals $28.7 million. That's all of the new COLA, benefits increases, all the costs and everything like that.
Yes, 28.7, right? Yes.
Okay, excuse me. So we've already reviewed the budget by expense account type, so here it is by program type. So this review also reflects a $2 million increase from FY 24-25 revised budget. With the increase of the $10 million from proposed budget, the largest share of program funding are now directed towards general instruction and special education instruction. Okay, so here are the details of the $10 million increase in proposed budget. In May, several key updates were made from the FY26 proposed budget. On the compensation side, an additional 1% COLA was offered, along with an increased employer contribution to medical benefits on top of the original 0.5 COLA and $10 per employee per month increase in employer share. Additional pay was also offered for particular positions, mutually agreed upon positions and roles. Altogether, these changes resulted in a $12 million increase in district-wide expenses from the 26 proposed budget presentation on May 9th. Other updates included a detailed ground-up analysis, as Brenda mentioned earlier, of full-time positions and average salaries to finally tune all the contra expenses and better align them with trending actuals. Additionally, the district increased its transfer to the insurance reserve fund to account for a self-insured retention amount of up to $2 million now, up from $750,000 for district liability. These adjustments contributed to a district-wide expense decrease of $2 million. These updates total around $10 million increase from the 26 proposed budget presentation, resulting in a planned use of $39 million from the general fund reserves.
Mr. Sammons, remind me, the compensation updates, is that just for JCEA? That's not just
It's
for
everyone.
JCEA? That's everyone. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, we have to budget for everyone.
Well, I know, I just didn't know if this change was tied to one or the other.
Yeah, no. I think we made the offer to both units, and we have a consistent practice of budgeting a comparable increase to non-bargained salaries.
Thank you.
And I have a question too for the administrators, for instance, the JCAA group. They don't bargain, but they usually get the same thing or comparable. Do we estimate, are their increases included in this 28 point?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to start with I'm sorry, because I think this is why we're here. I don't like saying that. So in this, so you said I just want to make sure that I understand how we're offering compensation. So this is costing us a total of $28.7 million. And the addition of the 1% COLA and the new contributions to medical cost $12 million. So prior to that, the 0.5% COLA plus 10% per person was $16.7 million total. Right?
Super, super close. One tiny change is this second bullet, additional pay for certain specific mutually agreed positions. So there were some ads that we already knew about as of May 9th that we had offered, and they had said, yep, great. There were some new ads in that category. So the 12 million is primarily the additional COLA and the additional employer share on medical, and then a portion of it is also those additional additionals.
I think what is unclear to me, the 16.7 million that
Yes.
remains of that 28.
Yes.
Why is that so expensive if it represents a 0.5% COLA and a 10% employee? Like the 1% COLA is costing less?
Sure.
Where's all that? Where's all the other expense to this? Is this making sense? To the
Yeah.
16 million coming from in the offer of the 5% COLA and 10% employee?
Yep, absolutely.
$10 per employee per
Yeah, so the original offer was steps, lanes, 0.5% COLA, and plus 10 per employee. So all those things were in offer numero uno.
Got it. Okay.
And so maybe it wasn't uno, but I think it was. And so the incremental part is, as you said, a 1% COLA, a slight shift in medical, but we already had the plus 10 per employee out there, so that was already part of May. And we already had some of the specific ad pays, but we had more, I shouldn't call it ad pays because that means something different, but additional compensation elements for additional roles and qualifications some of them were already in it and some were new.
The majority of that is made up of that step in COLA, right, the 16 million, and
That's correct.
and the others added on top. And just to clarify, the step steps and steps and lane, sorry, is not negotiable in our, we don't negotiate that. That's automatic increase in our district.
No, there have been years that the district was unable to award steps. So I believe Ms. Reed was here during one of those. In the first year of the pandemic, we didn't provide steps. So in the first year that Superintendent Dorland started, she gave 2 steps instead of 1, and that was to make up for a year. But I don't think it's appropriate to call it automatic in part because that is one of those terms that for a budget person makes it seem like the budget is a foregone conclusion and no one can obligate the district in that way.
Well, sure. I guess from a negotiating conversation,
Mm-hmm.
when we are negotiating with them, we assume the steps and lane. Is it steps and lanes or step and lane? Steps and lane. Right. So what we're really going back and forth with them on is the addition to what we're assuming is the steps and lane.
I think 2 things. One, steps and lanes always get put within the compensation offer as something very explicitly stated because it's never been a foregone conclusion. I would say 90% of the time, yes, that's what we do. But there are times when state budget, state revenue, things like that have occurred, and districts have not awarded steps as an automatic. And so districts want to do that as long as there is not something that prevents them from doing so. I would say overall, people expect it, and yet it's still something that both our bargaining team as well as our district negotiating team specifically speak to steps and lanes as something that is a part of compensation. I think the other side of it, it also depends on school districts and what their salary schedule looks like. So if you've got a salary schedule that your steps are 1.5% to 2%, you're much more likely to be able to say, that's an automatic, yes, we're gonna do that, versus a school district that a step would be 4.5% or 5%. That's a huge number, and a district can't say automatically, yes, all the time, we're always going to do that. And so I think in the first year or 2 that Superintendent Dorland was here, the association as well as the district had an interest in creating a new salary schedule that made it much more likely that we could say, more often than not, yes, we can automatically assume that a step would happen. Sorry, that I should have been more emphatic than that, but did my logic make sense?
No, I mean, I remember being on the board when we learned that like it wasn't assumed every year. I thought as a district we kind of normed that it would be. So I didn't realize it was so negotiable still, or I just thought it was more of a norm. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how much does that more normative, maybe just not, it's not set in stone, I get that, and we can change it at any time, it's part of negotiations, but how much we're negotiating or spending on top of that, because that seems to be what we negotiate. So I'm always curious what that base increase in steps and lanes costs us, and then to talk about the compensation on top of that as the additional. And at this point, it's the 1.5 plus new medical addition on top of that. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. And so steps and lanes plus the 1.5, as we're trying to figure out overall what our budget needs to look like, is that, in a sense, a roughly 4% increase in terms of what people will get differently than what they got the previous year. Sorry.
No, having been through this, like when there was the economic downturn in 2010, all of this was frozen. And it was frozen for quite a while, and that has very long-term impacts for individuals. So, yeah, it absolutely can be removed. And that was a negotiated process. The district did work with the associations and with everybody to try to figure out how to recover from that particular financial crisis. And I think the other thing that sometimes people lose track of is that the steps that are added are a percent to whatever people are making. And so as we increase the amount of money that people make each year, the cost of a step goes up. There's, sort of some understanding sometimes that that is a cost-neutral thing, and it's actually not, because you are adding it onto higher salaries than you did the previous year.
Great, so I just want to pause before Mr. Salmons continues. This is the primary slide in the deck that explains the changes since the proposed, the net add of 10, which is a net of a plus 12 and a minus 2, and the minus 2 is a net of a larger minus and a plus 1 around insurance. But I don't want to leave this slide until folks feel comfortable that we've been transparent about changes to the general fund expense, because this is really the meat. It's a boring slide. It's the meat of the whole deck. Okay. Yeah, please.
I guess you use the term overspend trends.
Yes.
I know you related that to our special ed as
Yes.
an overspend trend.
Yes.
And I just wonder, is that a thing across other departments? Like, do we keep track of, I don't recall hearing the term overspend trends before, and I'm curious, how do we track the trends
Sure.
across our district and where they are?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to go back to one of my framing comments, which was the budget that you're being presented to approve is a cost estimate. In our student success department and special education, we carry a vacancy assumption of savings because folks said, hey, you know you're going to have vacancy, we know you're going to have vacancy, don't count that. So we carry this negative assumption. We carry other negative assumptions, which are to say we give everyone budget to pay their steps and their lanes and their COLAs for every employee, but then separately we centrally estimate turnover savings, right? And everyone knows there will be some amount of turnover savings. We differ on how much, but that's fine. So there's another negative assumption in there. Those are still just estimates and assumptions. So some of special education overspending their budget was because they don't have as much vacancy as we estimated. They have filled more positions than they did in prior years. So this trend is partially, you could call it overspend. It's overspend in comparison to the budget we share. It's not overspend in comparison to what they're authorized to do. It's a reflection of a changing dynamic in the workforce and our ability to fill positions. That's part one of special education. Second part, contractually, they have to provide services to more students. Those students got identified as of a December count. They weren't necessarily fully budgeted for. It is what we're planning and carrying into next year, and that's part of why we said this is a real expense increase because this is a real count increase. Third part, costs like placement out of district, which are well beyond our control and well beyond our ability to forecast, have increased dramatically over the past 3 years. Even though we knew they were going to go up some, and we made an adjustment to the special education budget for the current year, as we've been watching the trends in that one line item, which we spent a little bit of time in April talking to you about. We said, okay, we need to further increase the budget to reflect the actuals that are coming in on that line. You'll see it in the quarterly, you saw it in our April presentation. So when I say overspend, that's just simply the actuals are hitting higher than the budget estimate, but there can be lots of different reasons for that.
And then what it sounds like is our deficit, because what I'm curious about is like where can we cut from the deficit spend? And what you're saying is it's a very complicated formula of increases and decreases and, spend here and cost savings here. It's not just because we're negotiating new salaries. It's more complicated. On slide 4, you show how complicated that is, the ups and downs. So that's where I've been increasingly wondering, there's no cost savings that have happened, even though we see some cost savings on here overall because of increased spend across different things, compensation being one of them, different departments spending in different ways. So just that narrative that the $40 million deficit comes from a complicated mix of the way we spend our money.
Yeah, all of our spending is a mix of things. And I will say, all the puts and takes in a year-over-year process, we talk about it at a level of detail here in Jeffco that, I'll be honest, not every district does. Because the more you talk about it, the more confusing it sometimes gets. And so I think a simple metric is think about the pie. Think about the distribution of how we spend money in general. And so one way to think about our deficit is to just say, on a pro rata basis, 85% of that relates to people and 15% of that relates to purchase services, materials and supplies and other things, right? Because each dollar we spend as a district is divided 85 cents towards people. And whether it's a compensation increase or a base compensation or how many FTE, there's a lot of different pieces. But I think it's fair to say that each dollar we spend is kind of divided between those uses and the management decisions we've made about how many staff to have and how much to pay those staff. Those are key, right? And they drive a huge chunk of the budget. In a year-over-year moment in time, when we're really focused, hyper-focused on that year-over-year, there are a series of decisions that get made that then build out the scenario, and we tend to only focus on the changes. But of course, everything is a conscious decision. Continuing to spend the first $1,020,000,000 is a conscious decision. So all the decisions factor in, and I don't think I hope you don't hear Brian and I trying to oversimplify. We are trying to consistently represent how does the district spend money, what are we paying for, right? What are budget decision makers doing in terms of their FTE staffing? That's something we cover in March around schools, and we try and speak to around departments as well. So I think it is a complicated answer, and then maybe it's also a simple answer just because we are a people business. And so people, in one way, shape, or form, drive how we spend. Yeah.
Could I suggest that we keep going, because I think some of the expense questions, and that's kind of where my is coming in the future slides. So if the board is amenable.
Okay, so moving forward, here's the 25-26 general fund summary by account type. So the general fund summary outlines both revenue and expenses. For FY 24-25 revised budget, the budgeted fund use is $38 million. It also includes a year-end projection for 24-25, which remains constant with what we shared in the proposed budget presentation on May 9th. For current year, we anticipate revenues to come in approximately $985 million, about $3 million higher than the revised budget. On the expense side, we expect costs to exceed the revised budget by around $4 million. As a result, the projected fund use is approximately $39 million for FY 25. The adopted FY 25-26 budget includes the revenues of $982 million and expenses totaling $1,022 million, resulting in planned use of fund balance of $39 million.
Can you give like some examples of what the purchase services are?
Absolutely. Do you mind if we do that later?
That's fine.
Okay.
We have a list in the illustration section that kind of breaks down a little bit of what some of those are. So that would be very helpful. That was a good question. Beating us to the punch. Okay, so then here's the general fund summary by program type, so broken out by program. So here it shows both the revenue and expenditures by program types. Again, it shows the revised budgets, the FY 25 year-end projections, and the FY 26 adopted budget. I'd like to highlight that during the FY 25 revised budget process, we increased total expenditures by $6.5 million to reflect spending trends that we were observing at the time. Since then, our current year-end projections for 25 are coming in even higher than the FY 25 revised budget. Given the district's new budgeting methodology, where the budget serves as an estimate of actual expenditures, we anticipate this trend may continue coming in. We may come to you again in January 2026 with a request for additional general fund budget authority. Okay, so the capital reserve fund, there is no change from the FY26 proposed budget presentation from May 9th. The adopted budget will include $60 million in budgeted capital renewal investments. The funding sources are from 3 areas, approximately $29 million from the cap reserve fund balance, around $16 million from sale proceeds and other sources, and $15 million transfer from the general fund. With the adoption of this budget and in light of future capital needs, the board is effectively removing the planned use of the 2018 capital improvement plan funds. Rather than allocating those funds towards construction of 2 new schools, they will now be made available to the general capital improvement projects in the upcoming years. The adopted budget resolution will formally have this change in the planned use of funds and will be brought forward for the board's vote.
I have a question on this slide. When it says the proposed budget includes $60 million in budgeted capital renewal, what does the renewal mean?
It just means typically we're improving stuff we have, capital we have. But it also may be finishing projects like Fletcher Miller that is more of a new. So renewal of existing as well as small construction of new.
I guess I'm still unclear. It's renewal, it's different than it was in a previous budget, or we're replenishing, or I just don't understand the renewal.
Maybe if it said capital improvements, would that make sense?
Yeah, for me it would, because I'm used to seeing improvements. Nice thing, renewal.
We can make that change.
I also want to ask on this slide, and I'm saving kind of some questions for the end, so I apologize if it's going to be jumping around. The $60 million that we are not putting towards the schools, that is not showing up on this slide, is that correct?
The $60 million that we're not putting towards schools. The $100 million in beginning fund balance for next year includes the $60 million.
That's what I was trying to find.
The
Okay.
resolution clarifies that that $100 million no longer includes a planned use of 2 new builds. It is still
There.
capital,
Right.
and it is part of a reserve, and it is in the capital reserve fund, which is always how it's been. But it is no longer planned towards those 2 things.
So while we don't see a change in the number necessarily, there is more money in that fund to, in theory, go towards other.
You've assigned it a new planned use, which is capital improvements over the next 3 years.
Thank you.
And what this is showing us is this is not sustainable to have only a $15 million transfer in. I mean, we quickly get down to 4.1 in there, because that's including the transfer, right, of the 15 million in each year. So that number, I know you said the board requested this. I just remember it changing, but clearly that's not enough. So, I mean, we'll get to that, I guess, later, but it's almost a crisis.
I don't disagree, and this is a decision that we've made for 25-26, which you carried through in out years, right? That is something that could be.
That is our best guess of out years once the decision's been made.
But we could always decide next year to fund the full 30 million.
Sure.
If,
And when we get to the multi-year, remember that we're continuing to assume this 15, right? So this slide will connect to that multi-year. And so you'll see what happens in the out years, assuming no substantive change to what we're doing. And you could determine whether there's resources available in the out years to reinstate that.
Okay, so the other funds, the budget expenses for the other operating funds remain unchanged from what was presented on slides 35 through 41 on the proposed budget presentation. However, there is one update to note. The inflow of funds to the insurance reserve fund has increased by $1 million as reflected in the update on slide 10 of this presentation. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Copeland to present the multi-year section.
do you want us to ask questions on next year before we head into the multi-year, or do you prefer us to save them to the end?
I think in the interest of time, because the board did ask for these illustrations. I have a multi-year section and then I have the illustrations. I want to keep going. This is a different way to present content that we presented in the proposed budget. In the proposed budget, we quoted statute. Now we have a process diagram. And this is designed to articulate the intention of statute. What's the obligation of the district? So I'm going to just quickly walk through this. We have established at this point a proposed budget for 25-26. We shared that in May. In a decision tree type approach, does that budget use fund balance? Yes? Okay. No? Okay. No doesn't apply. It does, so we're on that path. We have to prepare a multi-year. That's part of our statutory obligation regardless. That's true even if we don't use fund balance. We still do a multi-year. Then you ask, does the multi-year persist in using fund balance, right? Are there expenditures that are recurring in the out years? If the answer to that is yes, then statute says you must create a quote-unquote high-level plan of action and include that in your resolution. It may not, right? There are situations where a district may say in a given year, we want to use our fund balance, but it's one time in nature, and it doesn't create a recurring use of fund balance, in which case they don't have to articulate a high-level plan because it's not there in the out years, okay? So the reason, and again, this, I don't have the citation, but we did list it in the proposed budget, and I can give you that slide number if you want it. The reason we drew it this way is we just wanted you to understand why the multi-year you're about to see is, it's a hypothetical. It is an important step in the process to determine whether, if we just keep doing what we're doing, we do or don't kind of right the ship, okay? All right.
Brenna, last year when we passed the 24-25 deficit budget, we don't have a high-level plan my to address that?
That's correct.
Because because we didn't ask for it?
No, it was my mistake. I had it in the prior years, but it got away from me last year. Multi-year forecast, no change to district operations. So again, this is not a proposal. This is more of a if no change to district operations. This does not mean Mr. Sammons and I are attempting to suggest that this is what the district will do. So please don't misconstrue this. This is a hypothetical illustration of the multi-year forecast if the district makes no substantive changes to its programming and operations. So as you can see, carrying forward, so we have attempted to forecast revenue increases. We've used what we know about the state's formula. We've used what we know about continuing trends in our own enrollment. We do believe that we will continue to lose students in both 26-27 and 27-28. My hope is that that levels off at some point. I don't think it's in the immediate future. So that $1 billion is still an increase over the 982 based on a whole lot of different moving pieces. And then the $1 billion 11 million is also an increase. So we're forecasting some revenue increase. Because of that, we're also forecasting some expenditure increases as we always would. We're also forecasting some expenditure reductions. I get frustrated sometimes when people suggest that we aren't including the expenditure reductions. We are. We are recognizing that when we lose 800 students, we do stop staffing certain positions. Of course we do. We don't have those 800 students. And we are giving ourselves credit for those reduced expenditures. It is in next year's budget, it was in this year's budget, it is in all these out years. So with all of that, you can see that the expenditures continue to increase. Do these expenditures include assumed compensation increases? Yes, they do. Specifically, they include steps and lanes, plus a COLA, where the two things combined equal to CPI. Okay, but as you all know, CPI does not equal to total revenue increase. That's our total revenue increase. CPI is higher. So when we're doing that computation, we're trying to fit into what's a common kind of management expectation, approximately. Does that always happen? No, right? But that's what's assumed. That we don't have to do it that way, but we have to establish a set of assumptions. And honestly, we've used the same set of assumptions for the multi-year in terms of like what's changing, what's not, to the best of our ability every year, because that makes it reliable. Nonetheless, let's talk about the reserves, because I do think the board is concerned about, understandably, what resources are available to the district. So the 175 that we forecast as an ending fund balance for the current year would become 136 at the end of next year, and that's based on spending down the 39. How is that divided? So everything below 136 is a categorization of 136. So all those little numbers actually add up to 136. 31 million is Tabor reserves. That's unspendable. We cannot touch it. 16 million is school carry forward. That's what we allow schools to spend in a subsequent year that they underspent, either in the current year or year prior. Ultimately, that's any underspend of the district shows up in reserves. Allowing schools to spend reserves or allowing them to spend underspend means we're designating a portion of reserves as a management decision for their use. What do they use it for? They use it to help them cope with declining enrollment so that when they have fewer students in October, they don't have to make a mid-year change to staffing. So they use it to quote unquote true up in October. Rather than take a budget hit in October, they say, I'm gonna deploy my carry forward and keep this teacher. So it creates stability in the classroom. And so it is an important mechanism. I feel very uncomfortable with the 26-27 forecast, which includes no school carry forward, because I don't quite know how our schools will navigate a negative October adjustment, because we do not have a good mechanism in this district to do mid-year layoffs. And I don't know how we could do it, to be honest. So I wouldn't recommend that. Operational reserves, while we're going to appropriate about 20 million. This is so we don't break our appropriation. It has to do with timing, et cetera. We would not be able to do that in 26-27. I would not feel comfortable attempting to manage to our total appropriation without any appropriated reserves, given our budget methodology. If we were doing a different methodology where the budget was the approval to spend as opposed to the actual estimate of spending, then I would feel more comfortable. But because our budget is an estimate of actual spending, it's only a guess. People are authorized to do things, and bills come at a moment that none of us have any control over. I just had a conversation in purchasing. When are these laptops going to arrive? When the expense hits depends on when the laptops arrive. And I'm talking about these little minuscule things, which honestly is not a great use of my time or purchasing's time. But that's because we're all trying to figure out exactly when something's going to hit. Is it this year? Is it next year? And multiply that by about 50 for all these different parts of the organization that are encumbering funds and trying to get what they need. We cannot slow down the schools and departments and athletics and everyone's ability to get what they need simply because, oh, no, we can't receive that this year because we will break appropriation. So I'm not comfortable managing with zero appropriated reserves in our current budget methodology. Designated for future year. That's a statutory requirement. If you anticipate in the subsequent year to use fund balance, you must assign it, right? That's your resolution next week will effectively be assigning 39 million of your fund balance towards expenditures next year. That's what you're doing when you're authorizing the use of fund balance in the subsequent year. So again, it may seem procedural, it's not. If we're actually going to spend fund balance in the subsequent year, we must have that available, and your appropriation will designate that as the use. Does that make sense? So in 26-27, we have several zeros, including one at the board policy unassigned reserves of 4%. In 27-28, I don't need to walk you back through it. It's worse. It is actually unmanageable. The designated for future year is now 0, so it assumes that we have no use of fund balance in 28-29. So we're making a presumption about what does happen in that year. It's okay. This is a hypothetical. This is not our plan or proposal. We do not think it reflects the direction or intention of the board. It is a step in the process to then continue additional steps in the process. Thank you. So in May, we shared with you a high-level plan to align revenue and expense that is very similar language to what you adopted 2 years prior in a similar, not quite similar situation, but, and that is to, generally speaking, reduce expenditures in future years, adjust programming or optional services, reduce staffing services and contracted expenses. Those are basic categories of what we spend on. Avoid or limit future cost increases. So that's a management decision where we have the ability to make management decisions. These would all be parts of a plan to explore. They are intentionally worded at a high level to give the organization the opportunity to develop specifics, right? This is language that goes into a resolution. It commits us to further pursuing this, unpacking this, turning it into a viable line item plan. This should not be a line item plan. This is a high-level plan. A second part of the high-level plan would be to potentially seek voter authorization for general or special purpose mill levy overrides. Again, not committing or this is not the same as you saying you will do. It's part of a planning process. Again, this is the exact same language we shared in May. Also in May, we shared a more detailed timeline of what next. What next in terms of turning a high-level plan into an actionable plan that changes what we're doing in 26-27. So multiple times this spring, Brian and I have talked about how far in advance we need to plan and make changes so that when we're making promises to families who want to enroll their kids in November and December, or when we're sending out school budget allocations or helping departments understand their starting point, we need to make any big decisions in November for the upcoming year. And that's what this district did when we did school consolidation. When we did school consolidation, that November decision effectively cut $20 million in spending, right? And we can point to the very specific things we stopped doing by virtue of that. Now, we also started doing some other things, and we did compensation, we did other things. You don't see a net reduction of spending of 20, but I can point to the specific positions that we no longer carried, the specific expenditures we no longer carried. So that was real. It was real savings. On a net basis, the number still grew. I understand that. But we did have $20 million worth of stuff we stopped doing. But we made the decision in November for the following year. This final section, and I'm trying to accelerate just a little bit, is a set of illustrations and scenarios prepared for the board. At your request, we have illustrated 3 numeric approaches to reducing expenditures that are designed to give a sense of scale to the effort, but do not represent specific proposals. These are the basic illustrations. We've rounded a few numbers just to keep things a little bit manageable. So what's our target? We have to identify a target. Well, that target roughly is a recurring $60 million in expense in excess of revenue, 40 million of which I realize that's rounded up from 39. Please forgive me, it's just easier to talk about and me keep straight that way. Use of fund balance as part of our FY26 adopted budget, $5 million of recurring costs that are covered by special purpose short-term grants in FY26. We shared some detail about that back in April when we were talking about special education and the cost overruns, and that we were going to deploy special purpose grants that were short-term in nature that would eventually need to be replaced with general fund dollars. So we're trying to signal that in advance. And then $15 million in recurring capital contributions that were suspended for FY26. That becomes part of, it's still a need. The need is there. So we need to try and solve for it insofar as we're trying to identify a target. So the target is 60 in the upcoming illustrations. The illustrations demonstrate what does it mean to cut 6% of total general fund across the board proportionate to budget category. What does it look like to cut 6% of total FTE across the board proportionate to employee group? And then the third one is how do we get to 60 million with variable cuts, right? 6% across the board is probably not what we want to do. So what would it look like to cut more in certain areas so that we can cut less? And when we get there, I'll share a couple more thoughts.
All right, so here's illustration A, a 6% across the board universal reduction in total general fund expenses presented by account category. This illustration shows how much would need to be reduced from each account category to achieve the $60 million reduction. Due to the nature of our organization, this would result in approximately $51 million in reductions from salary and benefit accounts. Okay, so here's illustration A, but presented by program of a 6% across the board reduction in total general fund expenses. It shows the level of reductions each program category would need to achieve the $60 million overall decrease using this approach. Please remember that each program contains salary, benefits, service accounts, materials, and supply accounts. All right, illustration B is a universal 6% reduction by employee groups across all position types. This illustration shows that this methodology would reduce all staff by around 564 FTEs. Please note that this approach would not reach a targeted dollar amount. It wouldn't necessarily reach a $60 million target. It's an FTE universal reduction.
Do we know what it would reach?
It depends which FTEs you choose, and we weren't attempting to preconceive which ones. So we did want to just show for order magnitude or scale, what does a 6% reduction look like to FTE? So that it was just an illustration.
Okay, then illustration C, this is the last illustration, presents a four-tiered approach to budget reductions at levels of 5, 6, 8, and 10%. This is designed to minimize the impact on general and special instruction, also aiming to preserve staffing levels as much as possible. As the percentages of reductions increase, the approach becomes more selective, applying deeper cuts to instructional, non-instructional, or discretionary areas. Right. So the matrix shown organizes the reductions by expense type, rows, and program types columns, hopefully providing a clear view of how each tier affects different areas of the budget. The following slides will translate the percentages reductions into dollar amounts.
So the next slide says what purchase services are, which I know was a question from earlier. So since we've introduced steeper cuts into both service accounts, which is purchase services, and materials, supplies, and capital outlay, we wanted to tell you what some of those things are so that you would know what we would be steeper cutting.
All right, so here's where we clarify the types of expenses that are included in our service accounts and materials and supplies, and it's organized by the program category. So for instruction, special education, and support programs, service-related expenses include curriculum and IT software, contracted services such as athletics and special education support. Material and supplies in this category consist of school purchase instructional materials such as art supplies and chemicals for chemistry, curriculum resources, one-to-one student devices, and career and tech educational supplies. In the general administration category, the majority of service account expenditures are tied to IT software, IT maintenance contracts, and debt service payments. Material and supplies here are primarily focused on the IT infrastructure of the district. Finally, in operation, maintenance, and transportation, service accounts cover all of the district utilities, third-party transportation services, school security contracts, and facility-related contracted services. Material and supplies in this area include field service, general maintenance supplies, and transportation-related fuel and parts. Okay, so here are the dollar impacts by the program account category for illustration C, which applies a varied reduction ranging from the 5 to 10%. We would like to note that this approach does meet the overall target of $60 million in total reductions. Of that amount, approximately $49 million is attributed to adjustments in personnel-related accounts. When looking at the reductions by program category, just program category, about $39 million comes from instruction, special education, and support programs. This illustration provides a high-level illustration of how the reductions could be distributed across both account types and program types.
Okay, so I want to just go back real quick. The heat map here shows that bumping up to a 10% cut, we could run it again for you at 20%. Because you're cutting something small, it doesn't do much. You don't reduce your cut over here where we spend the bulk of our money by very much, right? We went pretty high in some of these areas, and honestly, I don't know how we are going to cut IT software. You know, software as a service is a thing, right? And both curricular software for our students and software that runs the organization costs money. I'm not exactly sure what we would stop paying for. It's not, I don't know. This is not a plan. But because, and I mean, this kind of tells it all. Where are the dollar amounts? We've ordered this rank order by dollar approximately. If $475 million is in general instruction to take our, to vary up reductions, we still have to reduce that because we will never get to 60 million by cutting 10%, 20% from general admin and school administration. And by the way, most of general admin is IT. It's not central admin, it's general admin. Most of that is IT. So I think the illustrations should hopefully help provide scale and some sense of what is the hypothetical number of impacted individuals. Again, this doesn't exactly add to 60 million, but it's a hypothetical. What are hypothetical reductions? What would we need to identify on a percentage basis to stop doing? Obviously, you know, utilities is a big part of our service accounts. That doesn't mean we're gonna light the lights 1 day out of 10, right? Or 9 days out of 10, sorry, for a 10% reduction. We will heat the buildings every day. So there's just certain things that get really sticky and are difficult to reduce unless we're gonna change our footprint. The reason we were successful in reducing 20 million in recurring expenditures that I can specifically point to was because we stopped operating at 15 sites, you know, and that made it possible to eliminate positions that we no longer needed. It made it possible to not condition those spaces, et cetera, so. One more final note, we incorporate the May proposed budget by reference. Thank you.
Thank you for that depressing presentation. It's much more fun to talk to the kids. They were much more optimistic. But of course, they didn't get into budget stuff yet. I appreciate the scenarios, I do. I mean, at least it's something to start thinking about. For me, it showed where the money is. Not that I didn't really know it's all in salaries. But makes me feel a little better because I just kept seeing all these slides that had 0, 0, 0s in the out years and thinking, oh my God, when are we going to start talking about how to address it? Because up to this point, we just kept saying, well, we'll never do that. Like, we won't do that. But then the question was, well, what will we do? So I do appreciate that. Any other questions, comments from, yeah.
I do think when you look at the distribution of spending in the district and how little you get in savings from the things that are not related to people, we've got to prepare our community for the fact that there are going to be significant reductions in force. And that's going to be unavoidable. And so I just think, the sooner we start talking about the fact that that will happen, and the sooner we start talking about how that needs to happen and where that needs to happen, probably the better.
I agree, Director Reed. I think this is a powerful presentation, and I think it's something that we need to own and address. And I recognize the majority of the spend is in salaries and benefits, and I also recognize that because of the way we're thinking about it, November is the time to act for the future year. I am interested, I've used my Disney Plus analogy, I'm going to use it again. Because I think there is, before I was on the board, I did not understand the law requires us to do certain things. I kind of knew it, but I didn't know it in numbers the way I know it now. And so I think when you look at things like SPED and you understand that the numbers of people who are identified, children that are identified, are increasing, and that requires resources that we are legally obligated to provide and we should provide. I am really interested where, and this is maybe a question, a request, not necessarily before we approve the budget, but I do think it's something we should talk about with you, Dr. Kim, and Superintendent, is what are the discretionary spending within our control? And I recognize they're small. I do recognize they're very small. And in the world of a home budget, Disney Plus is $15 a month. So that's also small. But are we considering policies? So I also pull my work life into this. If we have a budget shortage in my department at work, I am not refilling positions. I am limiting travel for my employees. I am minimizing consultant spends. Are we putting policies in place that say, and I realize the schools have their own budgets, so this is largely affecting the central office. Maybe not, I don't know. Are we planning to put those cost-saving policies in place next year to help? I know it won't make a dent in $60 million, but I do think it is an important commitment to make to the community to say, we know we got to tighten the belt. And I think the work that will be done, there was a quick slide on it talking about working with the community and getting stakeholder engagement to say, these cuts are coming. They are real. 550 people is what I saw. That's a lot. That's a heavy heart moment for me. So I would love to know what policies we're planning to put in place in the short term, that while I know they won't make a $60 million dent, I do think it's important to show our community we are tightening the belt. And I agree, we need to be talking about a mill, honestly, with our community. We need to talk about the fact that it costs money to fund the district. And I think, as a lot of directors on this board have said, state isn't funding us adequately. We might be fully funding education, but it is not meeting the needs of our children. And I'm also interested to see if there is a possible way, and I recognize it may not, to minimize the impact to our kids in classrooms.
A couple of thoughts. I'll start with, I know Director Reed started kind of talking about this. Those of us that went through the times that we had to make significant reductions back, whether you're talking about 2007 to 2012 in various districts, everybody had to come up with processes for how you do that. I believe Superintendent Dorland talked at the last meeting with you all about asking 2 board members to work with us this summer to establish some of that criteria, to really think about, if our number one priority is keep it away from students and student needs, that begins to set some criteria to say, okay, how do we start to identify what are those things that we look at? To your point, when 85, 86, 87% of your budget is people, you could cut everything outside of people and you still wouldn't have enough. I mean, that's just the math. And so as we look at that, yes, we have to do some of the Disney Plus conversations, and that to me is part of that conversation with board members to identify, you know, where do we take some of those smaller savings from? And the larger scale stuff that has to happen goes through, and at least in experiences that I've had, because, you know, 3+ decades in education, you've been through some of these downturns, you do know that you have to involve stakeholders. You do know you have to establish criteria. You do have to take feedback and input from people. You do have to educate people on what are all these categories and what's in all those categories, much like you talked about tonight, to get to that place of what's the undesirable, what's the absolutely no, what's the undesirable, and what's the, gosh, I wish we didn't have to do this, but this is where we are. And you do have to consider with a very heavy heart that every decision you make is people. And that's not an easy decision to make.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback, and I am looking forward to what this group comes up with, because I think we as a board have to make some really tough decisions. Because I will speak for only me. I'm very uncomfortable, as Ms. Copeland shared. She is uncomfortable also with spending our reserves to that level beyond this year. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with this, but I understand the timing we're at. And so I'm really excited to hear the things we're going to do in the short term and recognize that we have tough decisions to make in the long term.
I am sorry that you weren't supported to make a high-level plan for last year. And I think what we're talking about is finding the right way to support you and the team to do that this year. I do have a question about the high-level plan and our need to vote on this almost right away. So it needs to be in the resolution. The resolution will have to be vague, right, because of where we are in timing. So what can we put in the resolution that is, I don't want to say sufficient, like, because we need to get so much more detailed, and is the resolution, is it sufficient to include something that says the board will give direction to the district or support, whatever is helpful, around where these reductions and cuts and savings we'd recommend they come from? Is that good enough for this resolution for next week? How much can we edit it and change it as we learn and make recommendations?
So thank you for that. I am happy, I'll work with probably Lisa to send you some links. So I'll send you a link to the resolution language that Jeffco adopted back in 23 for the 23-24 year, what the high-level plan was. It's very similar to what you saw up there. I can also send you links to other districts' budget resolutions. When I say high level, it is very high. And it is not about the board or the district or pretending that those are different entities, like we're actually all the district. Like, it is about the district as a whole plans to do the following to ensure that this is not a recurring use of fund balance. And so we're not committing to which things. We're committing to doing some combination of these things to ensure that the commitment is really that we will make changes so that this is not a recurring use of fund balance. That's what the statute's looking for, and that's what folks are trying to articulate. There's some districts who make it super generalized. It's a statement in some cases, the district will ensure that this is not, and I find that a little too superficial. So again, what I've proposed is high level. It becomes a public statement of what we know might be necessary, so that all of us are on the same team working towards something more specific.
Well, definitely, we need to hold ourselves right to the specifics. And I do have a few thoughts on going forward. I think it's really important that us as a board help to give that direction and guidance around these priority areas. I really I really do agree with Director Applegate that I think showing any small effort at this point that we are tightening the reins, I think you said, or something like that, is important, even if it's not a dent at all, but just to show that our practices are just mimicking our understanding of the kind of desperate place that we're in. Over the summer with this, I think 2 board members could do this. I also think the board needs to just have much sufficient input into this. It would be a lot for 2 people to just try to figure this out. I do find it, I don't see the role, and you know, like, this is gonna sound weird coming from me, because all I say is we need community input. I don't really see the role for community input in this discussion at this point. I don't think that they are close enough to this community. I mean, maybe it depends on what we're talking about with community. School communities and our people who are managing these budgets are quite close to it. But an external community, it to me is just not a match of community. We need to make sure that the people that we're asking to help us with this have the resources and tools and skills and knowledge to help us. And I'm just not sure. I'm just struggling with that plan a little bit and its requirement, especially since we very much, we need to figure this out by November is what I'm hearing, you know, or get close enough to that. So anyways, I'm discouraging a little bit, which is probably the first time in the history of anything I've said publicly to not have as much community engagement on that. And I hope that makes sense. And then I think as we talk through this, I think what would be really helpful is getting a little bit more clarity. I know we've talked about this at the FAC on what amount of money is possible with a mill. Like dollar amounts, and I'm sure it's as complicated as everything else, and then bringing it in so we can do scenarios that have really, I'm asking for something even more complex, I think, but like the top line changes that might be possible, along with the reductions, along with the scenarios to compensation that, you know, we have as an assumption. What if that was lowered? What if that was higher? So I don't know that we can do all of that by November, but I think that would be helpful, because then also what I'm hoping is that by the time we're asking the voters for a plan or for support around a mill, we're able to be very specific with $40 million more in a mill. I don't know, that probably is very high, I don't know. You know, our plan is to be able to do this with these kinds of reductions and this kind of strategy going forward in compensation and how we want to show we value our employees. You know, so really putting together the narrative with all the complexities in there, because we will have to do the reductions. And to be honest, from someone who comes from an industry where we, like a lot of us are doing this right now, we do it quickly, you know, and so the system here is so much bigger and so much harder to move that I see why we need to take this time to do it this way. But every organization that I'm affiliated right now with is making cuts. Other boards I'm on and things like that. So this is a real kind of, I think, thing that a lot of people are going through. So I'm hoping that we can kind of take all of those things together and then include the hard work of the reductions in here as well. And I would also like to second the priority of keeping as many cuts out of the one-to-one contact with kids that we have. I completely understand that IT is part of teaching kids. I think we all do, but that contact with kids in classrooms, I would like to, of course, I think we would all like to keep that as a highest priority as we make these kinds of decisions. But thank you for bringing these forward. I know I was very pushy about getting these here, and I know this is just like very basic math, but I do really appreciate this, and I really do want to support you on this.
I just want to echo my appreciation for the scenarios. It's really, really helpful, and I know that takes a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
And I will also thank you for the scenarios so that we can begin to wrap our head around it. Considerations about how we approach this. I think the three different scenarios that you brought to us are a great starting point for us to consider the realities that we're facing and for our community to understand the reality as well. I am hopeful that we can have, not community engagement in the decision-making process, but we need to do some public education around the situation that we're facing and why. And so that's these scenarios, while they're not proposed plans, I want to underscore that, I think provide enough gravity that, some of our other community leaders and community partners can also review this, ask questions, and join us in some problem solving and some thought process around that.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. If we are talking about reductions, then does that mean, let's say, just to understand how the money flows, the school budgets would decrease, right? To make those reductions if they were in the schools. Does that mean, does our SBB stay the same? Would we be reducing the SBB amounts? Okay. And that's a choice that we make as a district. I understand how we add to it with additional state funding, but basically if we were decreasing the school budgets, we would be decreasing our per pupil spend. So it kind of all comes down to SBB, how much we spend, and then can reallocate that money out into the schools.
So our school budgets represent somewhere around 550 million of our general fund budget. And so you can think of, we carefully design the SBB formula and we calibrate it each year to try and preserve purchasing power in schools so that they can continue to buy an FTE at the right average salary for what the average salary, there's all these things we do. And then, we weight the formula so that a smaller school can afford a minimum staffing. So we run all these things before we pick the dollars to make sure that they pay for what we say they should pay for. And so this would involve working with our partners and our school leaders and our staff and our teachers and whomever else. And I want to be clear, I don't know exactly what community engagement plan you're talking about. I do know that the commitment I think we want to make is to talking to a whole bunch of different stakeholders. We think that stakeholders include students, staff, families, some of our partners who we support some of our partners financially, and it may be that has to change or something. So, but I don't want those changes to not involve input from folks. I think you do too. So I think, I don't know who else, I'm not talking about like polling, everyone, and that's not it. I think of community sometimes, and maybe I'm using the wrong word, as like school communities, and maybe that's not the right way. So we can be more specific. I forgot what I was saying. Hi. Oh.
I think you answered.
Oh, wonderful.
Brenda, can I insert one thing real quick? You asked, and you're processing about community, and at least in the 2008, 2009 timeframe, part of the discussion with community was, as families, what do you value that we offer? Whether it's, if it's enrichment activities, if it's, you're paying for part of, I don't know, whether it's, certain fees or whatever the case may be. As we engage community, it was like, how much do we reduce, and how much does our community help to contribute toward their kids' ongoing costs of, whether that be supplies and materials, whether that be activities, whether that be athletics, whether that be all the things. And we didn't go out and do we cut this or this, but it really was educating the community around what things cost. And that certainly helped us to understand what they valued. And I don't know if that helps any, but that was at least what my experience had been.
Yeah, that helps. I was just referring to at our last study session when Superintendent Dorland proposed the next steps plan, and there was community engagement, the 2 board members, and so I guess it wasn't well defined then. So that's what I was reacting to. I think educating is it's like the crux of almost all of the ways we can fix all kinds of things. So, well, it doesn't fix it, but it helps. So,
I think my interpretation when we were talking about that was that two people over the summer would talk about what community engagement looked like. You know, is that stakeholders? Is that whatever it is? I've mentioned this before, and it might have been during that economic turndown that we actually put something online for anybody that wanted to do it could. It was like a sliding pie chart, and you could decide, you know, we're going to cut this. What does that do? We're going to cut that. What does that do? And not so much for the input piece, because you don't want everybody saying, I want this, this, that. But it does help with the education for people to understand. Sometimes, you know, there's just things that people are sure that if we just cut Disney Plus, we won't have to cut anything else. And we kind of have to show them that if we cut Disney Plus and we cut Starbucks, you know, great, that's going to get us 2 million of the 60 million that we need, or, you know, whatever. So it can help, I think.
I just hope as one of our practices, we should say we are not going to spend money to try to figure out how to save money. I just would love that to be one of those things that we are demonstrating. So maybe we can use the old scale slider.
I also think we obviously are going to include our associations when we start doing this too, so they are aware of like these scenarios. They can see them and they can think about them talk with them. Also, I know that we talked about the two board members to help this summer, and at that meeting it was Paula and me that volunteered, unless someone wants to really wrestle for it.
I'm happy to help. I would like to help. I do also think all of us should have input on this discussion. This is one of our primary jobs, and I think that two people are good enough, but we might be able to do better, and we can figure that out later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And it is now 6:18, and we're going to take a 20-minute break.
As a school board, we're responsible for overseeing the district's budget. Every dollar matters when it comes to providing the best education possible. We carefully allocate funds to support teachers, maintain facilities, and improve student programs. It's our job to ensure financial transparency and accountability while balancing the needs of students, staff, and taxpayers.
School boards are advocates for students, teachers, and schools. Whether at the local, state, or even the national level, we work to ensure our district's needs are heard. This includes pushing for adequate funding, better resources, and policies that benefit our students and our community. Advocacy is a critical part of making certain our schools have what they need to succeed in providing the educational experience students deserve today. You can view our board legislative agenda by visiting jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
Community engagement is at the heart of what we do. As a school board, we represent the voices of Jeffco families, students, and all of our community members. We hold public meetings, we listen to concerns, and we encourage everyone to share their thoughts and opinions about the district. Your feedback helps us to make better decisions for our schools and shape our district's future.
As members of your Jeffco School Board, we help set the vision for our district's future. We work closely with Superintendent Dorland and her staff to ensure that our goals align with our community values and the needs of our students. Whether it's improving academic achievement or enhancing school safety, we're committed to Jeffco's mission of providing a world-class education that prepares all Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens.
One of the most important roles we have as a school board is hiring and evaluating the superintendent, who serves as the district CEO and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of our schools. We provide the support and guidance they need to effectively lead and evaluate their performance to ensure progress towards our educational goals.
One of the key responsibilities of the Board of Education is policymaking. We create and adopt policies that shape how our schools operate, everything from curriculum decisions to policies that ensure every student feels a sense of belonging. Our policies help ensure consistency, fairness, and excellence across all district schools. We work hard to ensure they reflect our community's values and serve students' best interests while following state and federal laws.
Hi, I'm Mary Parker, a proud Jeffco school board member. Do you ever wonder what a school board does? We're a group of elected volunteers who help set the direction for our district. From shaping policies to approving budgets, we ensure that every student in our community has access to a quality education. It's our job to listen to families, students, and educators to make informed decisions that benefit everyone in our school community. For more information about the work of our board, including our meeting schedule and how to connect with us, please visit jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
As a school board, our focus goes beyond just today. It's about the future. We are committed to the long-term planning that ensures the district's continued success. A thriving district where all students can achieve their biggest dreams. From updating facilities to integrating new technology, we consider how today's decisions will impact students in the years to come. Our focus is on sustainability, innovation, and growth for the future of education in our community.
We believe in accountability and transparency. As a school board, we prioritize thriving educational experiences for students as our primary focus. This commitment requires system-wide accountability to make budget and policy decisions that align with the board's goals, also known as our board ends. We ensure that the district operates with integrity, using taxpayer dollars responsibly and adhering to state and federal laws. We review data on student performance, graduation rates, and more to track progress and hold ourselves accountable for delivering the high-quality education your children deserve. To view our board ends and the district monitoring reports that help us track progress in these important areas, please visit jeffcopublicschools.org/board.
As a school board, we are committed to ensuring equity in education. That means making sure every student, no matter their background, has the resources and support they need to thrive. We develop policies and strategies to close achievement gaps, support diverse learning needs, and create an environment of safety, belonging, respect, inclusivity, and encouragement in every school.
welcome back. We are continuing with our study agenda. Next, the board will receive an update on Monitoring Report 2.2, which states that district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefit of students, and Monitoring Report 2.6, which states that the district will partner with students, parents, guardians, and the community in a mutually responsive, honest, straightforward, and considerate manner. Tara Pena, Chief of Families, Schools, and Community Partnership, will be presenting this update. Before turning it over to Ms. Pena, Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I look forward to this monitoring report. Welcome. Tara, Nate, Rhonda, and Jim, thank you for being with us. Family and community engagement, as you all know, is sort of a deeply core value for me. I think it was a little over 10 years ago that I wrote Strengthening the Connection Between School and Home, and it's been really exciting to see you guys and the work you've been able to do with all the tools and the innovation and the creativity that you all have approached community engagement and parent engagement with. So I'm excited about how you'll share your work with us this evening. So, Ms. Pena?
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Good evening, board. It's always a pleasure to spend time with you this evening. I am Tara Pena, Chief Family Community Partnerships, and I am very honored to have members of our Family Community Partnership leadership team joining us this evening, and we'll start with some introductions.
Good evening, board. Nathan Cabrera, Director of Family Community Partnerships, working with our Family Response Service team first.
Rhonda Hatch-Rivera. You do, okay. Rhonda Hatch-Rivera, Director of Federal Programs.
Hi, good evening. Jim McKenney, Director of Family Community Partnerships.
All right, just a quick overview of how we'll spend some time together this evening. So we will review our board ends 2.2 and 2.6. We will look at our interpretation, our context, our on track, and our challenges. So board ends 2.2 and 2.6. 2.2 states district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefit of students. Board ends 2.6 states the district will partner with students, parents, guardians, and the community in a mutually responsive, honest, straightforward, and considerate manner. So as you all read in your report, this is a new report in how we've actually combined two board ends together. So over the last 2 years, we've reported on on board end 2.2, and this year you are getting a combined report. Newly added is 2.6. And so as we were writing the report, see really strong alignment of these two ends, and really excited to provide you an update this evening. So board ends 2.2 and 2.6, we interpret these ends to mean the district is responsible for building and sustaining strong collaborative relationships with families, students, and community partners to support student success. It also requires ongoing, transparent communication and respectful engagement that honors the diverse perspectives and experiences of those we serve. And then finally, through these efforts, we create a shared sense of purpose, increase access to critical supports, and ensure that all students are equipped to thrive. This is measured by quite a few things. You had a pretty meaty report this year, and just really excited of all the different ways in which we have been able to demonstrate the ends as you have asked. And so there were a lot of things that you'll hear updates on that have been year over year, and there are things that are new with the addition of board ends 2.6 that you'll see as new to the report this year. But we use multiple tools and initiatives to measure our progress, including the Family School Relationship Survey and SAC surveys, tracking community partnership and volunteer engagement tracking, summaries of family engagement events and updates from the Family Response Service team, efforts to support multilingual families and newcomer wraparound services, and then new in 2025, the impact of our Mobile Welcome Center and strengthening family engagement systems. So these measures help us understand our strengths and where to focus next to deepen partnerships and to strengthen equity. So to kick off our presentation this evening, we'll start by sharing some celebrations and bright spots from this year. So here are a few pictures from some of the exciting moments and successes from this year's family and community engagement events across Jeffco. From the Back to School Bash that you'll see, which you read about in the report, we welcomed over 1,000 families, so exciting, to the Safe Student Summit and beyond. These highlights showcase the energy, connection, and progress that we are making together. So celebrations and bright spots. For 25 years, Jeffco has used a family and school relationship survey to better understand how our families experience our schools. In 2023, we transitioned to a Panorama Education platform, which now allows us to benchmark our results against national data. This year, 11,529 family members participated in the survey. About a 20% response rate, which is consistent with previous years, though it's still slightly below the national average. We'll talk about that a little later this evening. We did see a 1-point increase across 3 of the 4 categories assessed. School climate, now at 71%, school fit at 68%, strategic plan alignment, 62%, school safety remained at 74%. These are the positive, yes. The percentage favorable, correct, yes. So within school climate, we saw gains in perceptions that schools value the diversity of students' backgrounds and that children enjoy going to school. Respect between teachers and students continues to be rated favorably at 79%. In the area of school fit, the strongest results were around cultural fit, with 81% of families saying their child's school is a good match. There were also positive shifts in how well school activities align with students' interests and how comfortable students feel asking adults for help. Under the strategic plan category, we're encouraged to see families increasingly feel their child's strengths are recognized and that district communications are applicable to their family. Finally, school safety has the highest favorability score at 74%. This is attributed to much of the work that we heard about earlier this evening to, the Executive Limitations 11. And while families report high levels of safety overall, including 84% saying their child feels safe at school, there is still room for growth when compared to national peers, especially on issues like bullying and online safety. So in your report in the appendix, you will see all of the data disaggregated, and so just wanted to make sure that you reference where that is coming from. Continuing on with celebrations. This year, we took intentional steps to elevate family voice and expand authentic engagement across Jeffco. Our focus has been on moving beyond random acts of engagement towards strategies that are timely, relevant, and responsive to the needs and hopes of our families. As shared in the previous slide, the feedback we're receiving from families is affirming to the work we are leading to engage families and create cultures of safety and belonging for all. To that end, each year, we aim to increase the diversity of respondents in our family survey so the voices captured reflect the richness of our community. To ensure accessibility and robust participation, we promoted the survey in schools, online, at events, and through multilingual outreach, offering it in 15 total languages, both online and in paper form, to remove barriers to participation. Year over year, this has been a goal for us, and really excited tonight to bring to you that this is an on-track goal, something that we will continue to monitor and prioritize, and seeing statistically significant increases in the ways in which we are engaging our multilingual families. We have these efforts that we just shared earlier have led to significant gains. Since its initial administration, we have seen an 8 percentage point increase in participation from families of color, and a 7-point increase among families with students receiving IEP, multilingual learner, or free reduced lunch supports. Another really meaningful celebration is that responses were collected in 11 different languages, which is a promising step toward greater inclusion. We're especially encouraged by the survey results from Title I schools as well, where favorability ratings improved across key areas and outpaced district-wide averages. School climate rose by 3 points, school fit increased by 2, strategic plan alignment rose by 1 point. These gains reflect growing trust and connection in communities that have been historically underserved, a celebration that we should feel really proud of. We also kicked off the school year with our first ever Back to School Bash, welcoming over 1,000 attendees and more than 50 community and district partners. And I can attest to you, we served over 1,000 hot dogs It was 2 trips to King Soopers, and we wiped them out. So Rhonda and I both took a trip when we knew we ran out of hot dogs. You know, planning an inaugural event, you have no idea what to expect. And so I took the first trip, loaded up my SUV, wiped out 1 King Soopers, and then Rhonda went and cleaned them out of the rest. So sorry, the city of Lakewood, there were no hot dogs in the city that day. But from bounce castles and face painting to meaningful conversations from local organizations and Jeffco teams, the event was full of joy, connection, and energy, the kind of high-quality, inclusive family engagement that sets a positive tone for the year. We're excited to bring this event back on August 9th, so save the date, to start the new school year with celebration once again. Finally, in April, we hosted our first Safe Student Summit at Wheat Ridge High School. Nearly 150 participants joined for an afternoon of learning, reflection, and action around student safety. The event featured 2 rounds of breakout sessions, a robust resource fair, and wraparound support like childcare, dinner, and interpretation services. Topics ranged from online safety and recognizing predatory behaviors to youth mental health and family communication strategies. And the feedback was clear. 93% of attendees said the event met or exceeded their expectations, and 100% said they'd recommend future events. It's been close to 2 months now since we've had that event, and probably has not been a week that's gone by that event hasn't come up in a community engagement or family conversation about the impact that Safe Student Summit has had. And so my team and I are actively planning and doing outreach with our community partners who were there, who also gave us the same positive feedback of how meaningful it was to meet our community what they are, to address and come together around really important issues together as a community. And so we do look to host some learning series that we'll offer regionally throughout the year, starting next year. And so just really excited to see that momentum continue, and do expect that the Safe Student Summit will become an annual event. So this year we transitioned from hosting superintendent community conversations to adopting a new approach that enabled Superintendent Dorland to visit more schools and participate in a broader range of community engagement events. This shift was designed to foster deeper, more authentic relationships and allow the superintendent to be more organically integrated into the daily life and culture of our schools. It also reflects Jeffco's commitment to authentic engagement, inclusivity, and celebrating excellence by meeting families and community members where they are, while shining a spotlight on the incredible work happening across our district. With support from school leaders and community partners, Superintendent Dorland visits throughout the year included 48 instructional walkthroughs, 30 family and community engagement events, 57 staff engagements, 26 leadership and government functions, and 11 internal organizational events. Each visit was intentionally aligned to the purpose and context of the moment, with connection at the center. Highlights include joining students and community for a veterans breakfast at Green Mountain High School, which is a photo that you see there. I had the privilege of being there for that event, and our veterans are just so wonderful and delightful. It was a super snowy day, and I wasn't quite sure we were going to have the turnout that we did. It was an early breakfast, and they were there, and they were early, and this was already their second breakfast, and I think the breakfast started at like 7. But they were so grateful. We had students there and a choir performance, but it was probably one of my favorite events of the year. In addition, as you'll see here in the photo, another one of those authentic engagements is Superintendent Dorland supporting Columbine High School's Day of Service by helping students make blankets for dialysis patients. And these are just a few of the examples of the many ways she engaged directly with our community. I had the privilege of joining Superintendent Dorland for many of these engagements, and they were genuinely well received by families, staff, and students alike. To further share these moments, Superintendent Dorland launched an Instagram platform, providing a window into the daily life of schools and helping build district-wide connections through real-time storytelling.
We're going to continue with a couple of celebrations related to the work that we're doing as a division. This year, Jeffco launched and expanded several key family engagement initiatives to support specifically our newcomer students and families, strengthening trust, access and responsiveness across the district. Two of those areas include, first off, the Mobile Welcome Center. The Mobile Welcome Center, no pun intended, but hit the road for the first time, attending over 25 events to bring resources and enrollment help directly to neighborhoods, overcoming transportation and access barriers for our families. It's a 17-passenger bus that has been retrofitted. The seats within the bus have been removed. It was a picture highlighted earlier in this deck. The seats were removed and it was converted into a fully equipped family resource center on wheels. It has Wi-Fi, heating and air conditioning, laptops, and we always try to keep it stocked with a variety of things that families might need, from clothing, books, hygiene products, and even real-time interpretation equipment. The Mobile Welcome Center offered assistance at a variety of different events and activities, from back-to-school fairs, enrollment events, newcomer family workshops, parent-teacher nights, and community nights around the district. And this initiative represents an equity-centered approach by meeting families where they are and providing culturally responsive support. Another area of celebration is our Family Ambassador team, which provided wraparound support to nearly 900 families at 100 schools connected to 1,438 newcomer students across the district. The Family Ambassadors help families feel empowered and connected to their child's education when they may themselves be very unfamiliar with the U.S. education system. The team uses a tiered support model from outreach to newcomer families to navigation to intensive case management. They're ensuring that families get the right level of assistance so that they can be fully equipped, engaged, and empowered in their child's education. Hopefully in this report you had the opportunity to read a few of the impactful statements from families and students in the appendix. It's always the stories more than the numbers that point to the impact. And I would say on a personal level, it was an honor to work alongside this team. They received a Jeffco Thrives Values Award this year for the recognition of their impact in the district. I'm very grateful for them. I do also want to acknowledge you. I want to acknowledge and thank the board for their timely investment in these resources. Last year, we experienced an influx of newcomer students and families arriving in Jeffco. We knew we needed to respond. The investment proved to have a significant impact in creating a culture of belonging for some of our most vulnerable students and families in Jeffco, so thank you.
The Family Response Service team is in its second year of implementation. It serves as Jeffco's centralized call center, staffed with culturally competent bilingual members, handling concerns from enrollment to transportation and beyond. And this year, at the time of this report, we had responded to over 1,500 calls or tickets that had come through our space, and actually getting resolution on many of those well within 48 business hours. And we also really focused on trying to become a little bit more well-known across Jeffco as a continued challenge, but it's just such a big district. But we made it to over 120 different community outreach events this year, kind of building upon some of our outreach from last year. I'm looking forward to continuing that moving forward.
About our multilingual supports for families. So Jeffco saw a major increase in school-wide use of multilingual communication tools, removing language barriers and creating more inclusive real-time communication and connections with families. Language Lang On Demand up there, as you see, is a phone-based interpretation service. We saw a 134% increase in usage. That reflects the rapid adaptation or adoption across schools. Staff used this service system for over 6,400 calls and for over totaling 63,159 minutes in 52 different languages. The dramatic increase in use since its inception in February 2024 saw that schools are prioritizing immediate accessible communication with multilingual families. As you can also see talking points up there, that's a two-way translating machine app. It was adopted by 85% of our Title I funded schools. That helps staff and send thousands of timely accessible updates to families in their preferred language. Earlier, you heard about the strong family perception survey data results from our Title I schools. Our inference is that these language justice tools are increasing the belonging and safety for our multilingual families. This is something we will explore further next year. It's also important to note that 84% of our elementary and K-8 schools, 100% of our middle schools, and 66% of our high schools use the Talking Points platform for sending over 1,000 messages this year. It truly removed daily communication barriers, enabling staff to build more consistent, language-accessible relationships with families. We saw a huge impact with Talking Points, and all of our stakeholders say, please, please continue to use it. And we are.
So I'm really excited. I'm going to be turning over this slide to a minute here to Jim. But before I do, I want to take a moment to celebrate a really big milestone. So one of our key areas of focused acceleration over the past 2 years was identifying a solution for community partner and volunteer tracking. And I know that is something that is getting just lots of conversation, lots of engagement, a lot of curiosity, and a lot of urgency within our community. I know we heard that a little bit earlier from Jeff and Madalena's presentation this evening. And we're proud to share the progress that we made. I'm really excited to bring and to be able to state that this priority over the last 2 years is moving to on track tonight, and really excited to share the progress that we've made in the celebration that it is for Jeffco.
So in August of 2024, we launched Jeffco Partners in Education, or Jeffco PI, which is a powerful platform streamlining how we engage, track, and collaborate with both community partners and volunteers. The Jeffco Partners in Education platform created a centralized, accessible system for individuals and organizations to connect directly with schools. I know as a former building leader and in this current role centrally that hasn't always been easy for our community partners. The system enables secure requests and offers. So think of a request coming from a school or department out to our partners, and an offer coming from our partners into the school system or into departments. So PI support, it offers those requests and offers, helping to match school needs with partner resources, volunteer time, or career-connected opportunities. Jeffco PI supports tracking of engagement data as well, including hours served, contribution types, and alignment with district priorities. There's a whole admin user console that provides a ton of data tracking around all of that activity. This has been a cross-functional partnership, which has been some of the best part of launching it, is that this is work that we're doing alongside our post-secondary workforce readiness team and our IT department as well. In its first year, Jeffco PI has already built a strong network. Currently, as of the publishing of the monitoring report, we had 822 active community and industry partners already with partner profiles within Jeffco PI, and an additional 193 registered volunteers. Throughout the course of this past year, 20 schools and 12 Career Hub coordinators have been trained through a phased rollout with training and support sessions. Their involvement has provided essential feedback as we continue to think about training and resources to roll this out system-wide. Having the Partners in Education platform will also further strengthen other family and community engagement initiatives, such as School Connect, which you have read about in the report.
We're going to move over, and Jim's going to talk to you a little bit about what the platform looks like. But what I really appreciate about Partners in Education is two things. One is the ways in which it's allowed us to really strengthen the relationships and the trust that we have with community partners. My first year in this position had really meaningful outreach from many longstanding community partners in Jeffco that just stand ready to help, and they did not know how. They were really trying to find their way or the right entry point, and a lot of times it was kind of who you know or who was willing to invite the community partner to the table. And what we realized is we really did miss a technical system or a technical solution to solve a really adaptive problem, and that adaptive problem was the lack of an infrastructure was hindering, the full benefit of community partnerships, but was also detrimental to the relationships. Some community partners were able to access partnership through an MOU process. Others had no idea what that looked like. Some were really welcomed in schools. Others weren't even sure who to call and how to navigate. And so having a central place on our public-facing website and a really transparent and accessible way to volunteer, to sign up as a partner, to get connected, to provide a resource or a service is just going to really allow us to live up onto our commitments of both 2.2 and 2.6 in this report. And so it's serving both a technical and adaptive need in a district this size. And I believe that we're going to continue to see the impact of this tool on the partnerships and the trust that we have within our community.
And I would build on that with a couple of things. One is the silo effect within schools school leaders are often pulling their hair out to figure out who's out there to support us. This breaks down the silos of who our community partners are. And it does provide an extra level of safety to know that these are partners that Jeffco is aware of. And so when principals and schools are trying to figure out, is this a trusted partner? By nature of being within the system, we can essentially approve them centrally to say, yeah, we know this mental health provider is aligned to our priorities, or yeah, we know that this athletics and activities partner has been vetted. And so the people centrally that have the subject matter expertise are able to give clearance to those partners before schools have to engage with them or get to engage with them. So what you see on this slide is 2 screen grabs of Jeffco Partners in Education, the platform. There's so much more to it, and I'd be happy to find additional time to walk you through the system. But what you see on the left is how schools like Hackberry Hill and Patterson Elementary School have posted real-time requests. Again, a request is what a school needs and is putting it out into the system. They may know that partner that's going to pick up that request, and they just may be casting their net wide saying, who can fill this need for our school, our students, or our families? Everything from bagels and backpacks to guest speakers to work-based learning requests are able to be put out there by schools. You can see in both screen grabs as well, all that information can be filtered so that schools and partners can find the locations and school areas that they're looking to provide that partnership. On the right is a very similar looking image, but on the right is what it looks like for active offers from partners being put out to schools into the system, from internships to resources for students in schools. I think back to being a principal and people showing up with things that they think the school needed. Unbeknownst to them, that was actually the school down the street that really could have benefited from that. And this allows allows us to avoid that. I do want to highlight one great example of how this platform is finding success early on in real life examples. So the City of Westminster had posted multiple internships directly through Jeffco Pi, helping place students across departments, from public works to communications. One student even found a golf internship with the support of their teacher, and Jeffco Pi helped to make that connection possible. So whether it's, again, work-based learning opportunities or support for schools, we're beginning to see it bear fruit. This tool is already sparking new opportunities for students through job shadows, career fairs, and work-based learning. It's a key step in helping us bring the real world into classrooms across Jeffco. It also allows schools to efficiently collaborate with their neighborhood faith, business, and civic partners to meet the needs of their students, staffs, and families.
So while we could spend all evening sharing celebrations, we'd like to shift gears now and talk about where things are going well with compliance and the challenges we're focusing on solving as we begin planning for next year. So since launching this report in 2023, we're proud to share that many of the initiatives prioritized have moved to on-track status. As you heard earlier, several of these efforts were lifted up as bright spots, and they reflect the real momentum we are building in partnership with families, schools, and community. So here are key areas on track. Diverse representation of voices, family-school relationship survey. So we increased participation from families of color and multilingual households with survey responses collected in 11 different languages. Community partner tracking through the Jeffco Partners in Education platform. Jeffco now has 82 active partners, 193 registered volunteers supporting meaningful school community collaboration across the district. Equity-centered family engagement and community partnerships. So intentional strategies are in place to build family capacity, strengthen trust, and ensure inclusive access to both school and district-level engagement opportunities. Multilingual family outreach. So the use of language line increased by 134%. Talking Points continues to be a powerful tool for two-way communication. Our newcomer wraparound supports. The Family Ambassador team supported over 1,400 students and 900 families across more than 100 schools. Strengthening school family connections through FIRST. The Family Response Service team resolved over 1,500 support tickets, and I hope that in your report you saw all the different ways in which Nate and his team are using that disaggregated data to inform their decision and their support and engagement, and it's really robust. They use the Jeffco Help system, and it generates a lot of really helpful data. When Nate spoke, he was also really humble. He talked about ticket resolution within 48 hours, and there are some tickets that are a lot more more complicated. Many of those that come across your desk or into your inboxes, and those take a little bit longer. And while some might take about 48 hours for resolution, they responded to 100% of tickets in 24 hours. And usually it's like 20 minutes, 2 hours. So that means when a call comes in, an email comes in, a help ticket comes in, the team responds in less than 24 hours. That is a really big deal when we talk about leveraging the tool and our responsibility to families to ensuring that they're asking and reaching out for help. We've created an infrastructure to allow them to do that, and we're actually responsive and respectful in our follow through. And so just really proud of the team and what they're doing. So this progress reflects not just systems change, but a shift in how we center families as essential partners in student success. So continuing on with our challenges and opportunities, while we've made meaningful progress, important changes remain. Alongside powerful opportunities to deepen trust, improve access, and strengthen family partnerships across Jeffco. So as you heard this evening, Jeffco has made important strides this year in family engagement, including an overall increase in family school relationship survey participation and a 6-point gain in responses from families of color. These improvements signal growing momentum, but we still have critical ground to cover. With overall participation at 20%, we remain below the national average of 25 to 35%. And families of color and those experiencing poverty continue to be underrepresented in both response and perceptions. While the gains are encouraging, our data reveals an enduring challenge: inclusion. Only 40% of families report that their child's individual differences are seen as assets, a metric that has remained stagnant year over year. This perception gap underscores a powerful opportunity to ensure every family feels that their identity, voice, and lived experience, along with that of their child, is truly seen, valued, and respected. To address this, we are deepening our commitment to lean in to listen and learn and bring solutions. This includes district-led empathy interviews, school-based listening sessions, and targeted outreach in collaboration with our district accountability committee and our school accountability committees. We're also partnering with the Equity Accountability Committee to co-create strategies that build stronger, more trusting relationships with our families of color. We recognize that advancing equity and engagement also means increasing who has a seat and a voice at the table. Jeffco is focused on elevating the leadership and influence of historically underrepresented families across advisory committees, SACs, and decision-making forums. We are also expanding opportunities for co-design, where families are not just participants, but true partners in shaping engagement strategies, setting priorities, and informing policy from the beginning. Guided by the principle, nothing about us without us, we are working to shift from transactional engagement to transformational partnership, where every family feels seen, heard, and empowered. As we deepen our commitment to authentic family engagement and community partnership, we recognize the need to strengthen the systems that support access, communication, and collaboration district-wide. This means aligning tools, building shared understanding, and ensuring equitable, inclusive engagement practices are backed by responsive infrastructure. So next year, you will, hopefully you read about, and I'm really excited to talk about, the phase launched of academic partnerships. So research shows that key transitions, kindergarten, 6th grade, 9th grade, are pivotal for student success and family engagement. Beginning in the 25-26 school year, Jeffco will roll out academic partnership workshop in phases to support families during these critical years. These workshops will provide targeted learning, practical strategies, and developmentally appropriate resources co-designed with families and educators to ensure relevance and impact. Visitor and volunteer management alignment. So with the launch of Jeffco Partners in Education platform to better track community partners and volunteers, we identified the need to align visitor management procedures to ensure safety and streamline processes. An RFP has been or will be in the near future initiated to find a cohesive solution that integrates volunteer coordination, background checks, and secure visitor management consistently across all schools, balancing safety with equitable access to community engagement. And then increasing awareness of first support. Feedback from district operations survey shows that some schools lack clarity about the family response service team's role, limiting the first team's impact. To address this, we will increase outreach. So on top of the 120, we're going to ask for a little bit more. So thanks, Nate. We will increase outreach through updated onboarding, targeted briefings, and a stronger presence at district and other school-based events. This will help schools fully leverage FIRST as an equity-centered resource that strengthens family partnership and access to timely supports and resources. And to that end, we turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Thank you. This is a lot of work, but it's really important work. And I will tell you, as someone who has got to come to some of the events, especially the kickoff, I don't think any of us really knew what was going to happen or how many people were going to show up. And I remember pulling into the parking lot and being like, oh, they came. They all came.
Same. We had a little bit, the night before, are they going to come to our party?
Yes. Yes.
So, yeah.
They did. Yeah. They did. And so it's really exciting to see the bright spots. And I appreciate that we know that there's still work to do. So thank you for the work, because this is hard, heavy work with our hearts, and it's also really important to the future of our district. So I appreciate it. I just have kind of two quick questions for our listening public who may or may not actually be listening. How can people get tuned into PI, either as a volunteer or as a partner?
Yeah. It would be easier to just walk you through it, but we don't have time for it. But all you really have to do is go to the Jeffco Public Schools main webpage. At the top, I'm not quite sure the IT term, there's a bar at the top, purple bar.
Yep.
It says community, one of those is community, you click that, and pretty much every link within there, under partner and volunteer, connects to Jeffco Pi. And so it's as easy as, we're in a partnership with a company called Relatrix. And so everything's plugged in from the Relatrix end onto that community site. It'll bring you there. It's as simple as filling out a short profile, and you're in the system.
Awesome. Thank you. The response to the survey, as you identified, is something that is an area where we aren't hitting kind of the national average. Do you have ideas? I know you mentioned kind of trying to get it out there and get it into schools. Have we looked at best practices in other areas that maybe are getting better reception to those surveys, to think of new ideas or ways we can get response?
We have. So we have a really strong relationship with Panorama Education, and just really grateful for their leadership and the work that they're providing around providing this culture and perception survey to districts across the country. So they do have a toolkit that really offers some really creative and innovative ways. And we actually just had a Panorama in Culture Survey Committee meeting today, and we have talked about finding different ways to incentivize the survey, and maybe not incentivizing it in a monetary way, but incentivizing in a way that brings some celebration and excitement to schools, that really brings some, get 100% at your school, and I don't know, you'll get something really awesome. So obviously we have some work to do to develop what that campaign is. But similar to the momentum that we saw around the Jeffco Shows Up campaign, when we work together as a community and align our efforts to bring a really meaningful message in alignment together, we really believe that we can get more family engagement. I think the other important, more participation from that survey. The other thing that we need to do, and we started by doing that over the course of the last two years, is letting our community know what we're going to do with the actual survey responses. And so it's not enough to just collect that feedback. We have a responsibility to close that communication loop with our families. And so as hopefully you saw in a community update, we did provide the responses from the Jeffco Listen surveys and let them know that these are some key areas, especially around the strategic plan and students feeling that their students' strengths are viewed as assets, increasing that diverse representation, school safety. Well, school safety at favorability is 74%. We're still only in the second quartile when it comes to our national comparison. And so we still have a lot of work to do. So we have a responsibility to let our families know what we're actually going to do with that survey feedback that they give us, because if they know that we're taking the time and we value their input, I believe that we'll get some continued engagement. Also really grateful for the FSEP, the Family School Community Partnership Subcommittee on DAC, and also grateful for Jim and his leadership, who helps facilitate that committee. They have set some really good and timely goals on how they might encourage and empower our SACs, our school accountability committees, which each school is responsible to have. And we know that one of the key responsibilities and opportunities on DAC and on SACs is family engagement. And so that is a really, really meaningful time and a meaningful opportunity for them to leverage that, while they're organizing, to also help, make certain that survey is more accessible. So we have a lot of work to do and a lot of creative ideas and a lot of brilliant minds. And so really hopeful that we'll continue to see increased participation.
Well, thank you all again.
I'm going to take every opportunity I can from now until I'm no longer on this board to highlight that when people say that this district keeps spending money that's not directly in schools, that, why are you spending that? That doesn't help kids. I want to point out that none of these things are school-based spending, and that they are helping hundreds, often thousands of kids and families, that we are getting outside services like Talking Points. That's an outside vendor. The vilified, terrible outside vending that is killing us. The Panorama survey, which is guiding so much of the work that we're doing and helping us figure out what we need to fix, what we need to work on, what's going well. Again, an outside vendor. And I'm not saying that we can't cut those things back, that none of them are Disney Plus. I'm not saying any of that, but I just think we need to highlight the assumption that this doesn't directly help kids when it so very definitely does. And so that's just going to be my hobby horse for the next few months.
Thank you, Director Reed.
I want to also share the Back to School Bash. Amazing, visionary, effective, and super fun. I really want to help paint faces, if you will let me.
So we have your chair all ready to go.
I also wanted to, for thought, for the board, because there are lots of tents with community partners, it has occurred to me, perhaps we have a board tent, ask a board member, meet a board member. I don't know if you want to put yourself out there that way. Maybe dunk a board member might be kind of more fun. Anyway, it was a great opportunity to engage, because I sat with the DAC at their tent and had really great conversations with families that I wouldn't have otherwise engaged with or met. And so I just wonder about how we can engage in a way that will be positive for everybody who's involved. The only other thing, and I love first, I tell people about it, I want to spray paint it on the side of my minivan and drive around announcing it throughout Jeffco. I think that our families will continue to be responsive. It's that they need to hear the stories of other families who have engaged, so that they know it's not meant to prop up the institution, but it's actually meant to serve them and help them resolve issues that they're having. So I'm hoping that that's part of the storytelling that happens, is that you have some families coming alongside and helping to share.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the most powerful way that something kind of grows is through word of mouth. And we have had, fortunately, knock on wood, several positive experiences for families. I mean, I think something that we're strategically doing for next year, just thinking about, we've been tracking all the different schools that we've actually been able to get out to, and there are still some schools around the district that we haven't really engaged with. So we're going to prioritize in terms of, we're a 5-person team, so we're going to prioritize in terms of getting to some of those schools that we haven't had yet to have that touch point that we wanted to have yet, as well as, the first year when we were kind of being integrated into the system, there was a much larger communication presence across some of our social media platforms for the district and things like that, and that's worth doing again. It's something that in the second year we didn't focus as heavily on, because we're like, okay, we did a big push last year, we're going to focus on some other things this year, but it's worth revisiting that again as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I just want to share how effective and supportive I think that is, in ways that some of our families may not expect that that's the level of support that they would receive. And I want us to tell our success story about that more and more. So I'm going to do my part, and I hope everybody else does as well. Also, in the report, the actual report that you all sent, and thank you so much, it's great information in there, on page 12, under board member town halls, I just wanted to add that I did have a town hall on November 11th at Bear Creek High School that was not included in the count there, and I just wanted to make sure
Thank
that
you, and my apologies for that oversight, so thank you.
okay, that was added in. And also, some of us, I know I'm not the only one, did some student town halls as well. If you wanted to toss those in there. I did 2 at Evergreen, 1 at Bear Creek High School, and 1 at Carmody Middle School, which was really super fun to talk to middle schoolers about being on the board and hearing what they're concerned about with the district.
Absolutely. Thank you for that feedback. And as we're preparing this report for next year, we'll make certain to reach out and get all of your engagements, because that's an important reflection of us actualizing our board ends, is the role that you all play in family and community engagement. And so we'll do a better job at making certain that's more accurately reflected and more well-rounded of the role that you play as leaders in our community. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I had just a couple of questions. I think it would be helpful to see the data from the survey by demographic categories. I was hoping it would be in the report. I understand why it's limited on the presentation, and with the increase in representation across those groups, I think it's even more important that we start doing that, because then we can see, obviously, all the differences. So I think that would be really helpful. In the presentation, you mentioned a finding by a category. So I'm thinking it's somewhere. It's just not in this report. So
Absolutely. So just to clarify, the power of Panorama allows us to disaggregate data in many ways. For families, we could disaggregate it by family type. So it's mom, dad, stepdad, caregiver, grandparent, so to speak. We're also able to break the data down by language, but also by race. And so we're able to break it down by each individual question. We can also break it down by construct, which are those bands that you see, school climate, strategic, alignment, all of those things. And so there's some really interesting ways in which we can disaggregate that data. And so I can play with that alongside Dr. Eaton to figure out what's going to be the most friendly way to share that, so you don't get another 50-page report from us, but happy to share that with you at a later time.
Okay.
I'll follow up with that.
I think it's something we kind of ask for a lot, is the data disaggregated by these different groups, and don't get as much as I think we ask. So just saying that because I think it would be really helpful. I can't find the table in here, but I wrote it down, but for the newcomer counts, and I verified it when I was looking at the table, it was for this last year, correct? Just 1 year? The count was 941, which totally surprised me, and I wondered how that fits into, I don't have Brenna here anymore, our declining enrollment. I didn't realize we had such an increase in student count, and what does that mean? Did we actually lose twice as many? Did we lose the 800 kids, say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get all the numbers right, plus 941, and this replaced it? So I was just curious. I don't know if you know the answer.
So, one important distinction, when the Family Ambassador team considered, we're working with newcomer families. The CLDE, Culturally Linguistic and Diverse Education team, who works with our multilingual students, they have a very firm definition based on the Department of Education guidelines for the definition of a newcomer. So that includes limited English proficiency and a year or less within the United States. What we realized early on is that just because you may have been in the United States longer than a year, or just because your student maybe have a higher proficiency level in English, that doesn't mean that you still might not be newer to the U.S. education system. And so we've intentionally broadened in terms of how we're identifying families to be more inclusive of a family that, for instance, may have moved here 5 years ago, but just now has a child in Jeffco public schools or in the U.S. education system. So our numbers don't perfectly align intentionally with those tighter numbers that are coming from the CLD. So we don't have a total of 1,400 by definition newcomer students in Jeffco. I would have to pull that number for you. I don't have it off the top of my head, because we're intentionally going broader in the support that we're looking to provide our families. And our families can opt into this service as well.
This is a count of students using the service, not new to the district.
So they are fitting that CLDE definition of newly arrived in the last year. So by all intents and purposes, they are new to Jeffco. So they are a newly enrolled student. Yep.
My question, not really the definition, although
Mhm.
not very much, but like just are those 941 new students that added to our enrollment? Because that I haven't seen that accounted for in like a budget presentation, for example.
I'll get Brenda to verify in terms of how that impacts our declining enrollment numbers and how we calculate that. The one piece that jumped out to me when you said that is October 1 is sort of that date that we count, and when we think about newcomers, they come in all year long. And so Annette, if you remember 2 years ago, maybe 3, when there were many school districts advocating at CDE saying, you know, we've gotten this influx of lots of students that we want to serve, we want to welcome them in, and we're not getting any funding for them. And there was a change done at that point in time to try to support schools in recognizing students are coming in, not just at October 1, but throughout the year. And there was some adjustment made there, but I would want Brenda to speak to how those enrollment counts come, but I know all of that factors in, because I remember that part.
Yeah, and also not to say that's not important, I'm just literally wondering about the counts. I understand all the staggering of the funding and all of that, but I just hadn't heard about an increase, that high of an increase, because we hear about what we're losing.
And I would just add one other point of clarification is in year 1 of this program, we were building the plane while we were flying to some degree. In subsequent years, we'll be capturing newly enrolled and registered students beginning in 2025. But in this first year, once we were able to get that first wave connected to that first wave of families that were registering and enrolling in August and September, and we began to get some stability in our workload, we began reaching back to families from last year and even prior years to say, hey, we know you're there and we're here for you if that's something that you need.
Also want to uplift that too. We talked a little bit earlier about the technical, infrastructure that's needed to do the adaptive work, and this is one of them. So not only are we providing this service to creating an inclusive and safe environment for our newcomer families, but it's required a lot of infrastructure. And so that's training with school secretaries. It's creating, an enrollment form so that we can be flagged. We have a newcomer dashboard, language data within Infinite Campus. And so they're pulling lots of different data to make certain that we're identifying all of our students and families. And it, like all things, requires a lot of collaboration and a lot of time. And so I feel really good about where our data landed at the end of the year, but Jim is correct. It required, a lot of work in the beginning to figure out how are we going to identify these families to ensure that, none of them are, getting lost in the system. So really proud of the work that happened. I don't know if that was fully reflected in the report, but a lot of work that happened.
I'm really proud of it too.
Thank you. Thank you again. I echo Jim's sentiments from earlier, but truly you've heard me say it before and I'll say it again. Thank you so much for this investment. I mean, we knew this time last year as we had, the resolution and we were really looking about how we were going to support our newcomer students and families. And we had no idea what awaited us in, the fall of 2024 and in January of 2025. And if we think about the role that our family ambassadors played in creating safety and belonging for the most vulnerable students and families in Jeffco, it has been a significant and powerful investment that I know our communities, our schools, and our families have been incredibly grateful for. So sincerely, thank you.
I just have one last thing. This on the question about the individual child's differences viewed as assets. I know this is a national survey and all, but when I read that question, I think as a parent, that is a very difficult question to answer. I will just say I wonder about the reliability of the question, meaning like when people are reading it, are they all interpreting the question to be the same thing? And I don't doubt that, and if that is happening, then I'm glad you called it out as a challenge and something to work on. I also wonder if the question is worded in a way that makes it really difficult for someone to answer, and it's making the data look like that. because I think it could be perceived in a few different ways.
Absolutely. I mean, we do get constructive feedback about the ways in which the questions are worded on Panorama, or just the fact that the data is responding, reporting favorability, right? Our brains don't always kind of want to interpret data in that way. And we just, as part of our committee meeting earlier today, did talk about, and Panorama is actually looking to simplify some of their language without, one, changing the readability or changing the overall intent, because I do think that there is some incongruence when we think about one of our constructs of school climate and school fit being at 81%. If my child's strengths aren't seen as assets, but yet my school is a good fit, there might be a little bit of a disconnect there. So it's really great that we have lots of robust data, and we're asking for families in lots of different ways, their experience in Jeffco, and so that's one we'll continue to pay attention to. And we have lots of other data around how we've operationalized name, strength, and need with students and families that prove a little bit otherwise, but we'll continue to pay attention. Thank you for that feedback.
This has been wonderful. You got even closer to the kids than the safety presentation.
Thank you.
It's a high compliment. Anyway, thank you very much. This is wonderful to know about. And the only question I have for you is from the first team. I sometimes wonder if you roll your eyes at some of the things I pass on. How are you feeling about the questions that you get forwarded?
I will say it's never a dull day. And there are some things that we are surprised about with the importance that individuals sometimes place on different things. But at the end of the day, I think it really comes down to they just want to be heard fully. And so that's how our teams always approached it, and that's how we will continue to approach it.
Yeah, I think it's so helpful. It helps me as a board member, and I think the community soups must love you as well, because they had a tough job when they were the escalation path for parents. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, for our next study agenda item, Ed Bowditch, a partner at Bowditch and Cassell Public Affairs, will join us to provide a recap of the 2025 legislative session. Mr. Bowditch is joining us virtually this evening. I hope there he is. And before he begins, is there anything you'd like to say, Dr. Kim?
President Parker, before we begin with Mr. Bowditch, we have skipped an item on the agenda. We need to go back to policy update.
Oh, we did. I thought that was next. Yeah, I think should we let Ed? Yeah, let's go with Ed. Come on back, Ed. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bowditch. I'm excited for him to give us a little bit of a summary. Some of his work reminded us back to, I think, Dr. Varda and our new chief of schools, Drew Coleman, and I got a chance to go out to Lucas Elementary School and watch our fourth graders get really excited watching the governor sign 3 bills. He signed the school finance bill, the dyslexia screening and read act bill, and the education accountability system bill. And there were lots of folks there from many different districts. It was a neat day to see the energy there. And the students got to sit all around and watch him, because I guess they had been earlier in the year to the Capitol watching some of the legislative process, and this gave them a chance to see it at the end and watch him actually sign something into law. So it was a great opportunity to see our kids, get excited about learning a process that was really authentic.
Okay, and you're up.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I apologize for not being there in person. The legislative session ended about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, losing track here. The governor has until Friday to do final action on any bills that pass the legislature. So we're seeing lots of press releases, signing ceremonies, as was just mentioned, and then signing bills administratively in his office. So those will continue through Friday. I did a brief report that I think has been posted, starting off with school finance. As we've talked a lot about this year, if you think back to where we were in November, with a very significant potential loss in funding due to the governor's proposal to eliminate all multi-year averaging. In the end, as you know, we moved from 5-year averaging to 4-year averaging on July 1, 2025, but that was part of the school finance bill that passed a year ago. So really there was no change in this year's School Finance Act with regards to enrollment averaging. Now, the House Bill 1448, the new School Finance Act, is being implemented on July 1 at 15% of its level rather than the 18% as originally anticipated. So a slight reduction. One of the other things that happened with school finance was a late change. Senator Kolker, from whose district has a big chunk of South Jefferson County, as well as Arapahoe County, he sponsored an amendment to create a Kids Matter Fund into which a portion of federal taxable income will be transferred. And those monies will be used for total program funding and categorical funding. I haven't seen a kind of an accounting on how this will work. I think that will change with each revenue estimate. So I will keep the board up to date on how specifically that program will work. The other thing about school finance I wanted to mention is that this year's School Finance Act created 2 new working groups. One and both of these have not been gotten going yet, not started yet. One is looking at the concept of a smoothing factor. So instead of talking about multi-year enrollment averaging and do we average 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, what about looking at it as a smoothing factor that could be applied to district budgets for districts that are experiencing any sort of budgetary upheaval or significant change? So there'll be a working group to put that together. Then there's also the School Finance Act created a working group to look at the charter school alignment with House Bill 1448. As you remember, 1448 provides the district average funding to each charter school within the district, regardless of the types of students enrolled in each charter school. So this working group will consider alternative models to that. How should charter schools be recognized for the students that they have enrolled? So that's just a brief summary of the school finance portion. Moving on to some of the bills I've listed then in this next section, the bills where Jeffco took a formal position. And the position for all of these was support. That first group, protecting students from restraint and seclusion, the library materials, the social and emotional pilot program, and this dyslexia screening, those have all been signed by the governor. Next group, where I said pending consideration by the governor, the comprehensive Black history and culture education and the trauma-informed school safety practices, those bills have, since I prepared this report, they've been signed, I believe, yesterday and today. So they were also signed by the governor. The one bill that we took a support position on, but it did not make it through, was Senate Bill 123, the education curriculum on genocide against Native Americans. I believe this was kind of because of a split among some of the Native American groups about whether this was needed. So I'm guessing that will be back next year for consideration. I've listed all the other bills that were kind of on the tracker this year. Don't necessarily need to go through all of them at this point, but just have them listed there. And then, if there aren't any other questions on bills, we can take questions at the end as well. Always, the legislative session may have ended, but we're always already looking towards the next one. January 14th, I believe. It's going to start a little later next year. The budget issue really dominated everything this year. The legislature was able to make a bunch of permanent budget reductions to close a big chunk of the gap, but at the same time, they also did a number of one-time changes just because they had to. So that means those one-time budget reductions are going to be up for reconsideration this in 2026. So they'll be back to cutting more things. This year's cuts, you might say, were the easy cuts, the first round of cuts. I'm worried about what next year will look like. We'll get a sense of things on June 18th. That's the next quarterly revenue estimates. I'll send a report to the board, and then in September as well. Also, the 2026 session will be the last year of the Polis administration. Will the legislature challenge Governor Polis more in 2026? Governor Polis vetoed a number of bills this year. There was talk about possible overrides on a internet safety bill and a Records Act bill, but those did not happen. So next year, would we see more pushing back on the governor? All the House members will be up for election and half the Senate will be up in 2026. So it will be a more politicized environment. So that concludes my formal report, but happy to respond to any topics.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments?
No, just thank you, Mr. Bowditch, for all your work this session. I know it was a busy one, and we appreciate your efforts for us.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to represent Jeffco.
Super great to see you again. My one question, just pure curiosity, the Safe to Tell handle with care notice bill died. Can you give us an insight into maybe why or what some of the concerns were about that? It's
I think I will have to, yes. I think I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay, that's fair.
As to why that one did not make it through. I'll put that on the list and I'll send an email out to the board.
Appreciate it. The only other question or thing I wanted to bring up was we had discussed after having a session where Tracy came down and I was there and we met with some of the legislators in the area. You and I had talked briefly about maybe having more regular check-ins during the legislative session where we would be present, and I just wanted to follow up on that idea.
I can speak to that, Director Kenworthy. Those are actually on the board calendar that you all approved on last meeting. So they are set. I think we worked with Mr. Bowditch to set them per his guidance each month when the legislative session starts. So the great news is they're already noticed. And so you all will be, once we get into the fall and you all appoint whoever's going to lead on the board's legislative agenda, you can also plan those sessions in more details. So maybe right away with your legislative agenda this year, you all can just go ahead and put the dates you'll be at the Capitol so that folks will know that.
I appreciate it. That's fantastic.
And I can't see, I think that was Lisa. I do want to compliment her because a couple of days ago she asked me a very important question. Which bills that passed will require action by the board, requiring new board policies? So I sent her a list as well as the legal counsel. I also talked to CASB, and CASB said, because I wanted to double check the list I had with CASB, they will be getting to each CASB member model policies for boards to consider in the next few weeks on all of these. But I thought that was an excellent question from Lisa there, so thank you.
Great. I have a couple of questions. The financial literacy graduation requirement, I see that it was signed, but it says requires all students to complete or waive FAFSA. So is that somebody's compromise? I know there was a lot of comment over whether that was something that they should be incorporating or requiring.
Yes, that bill generated, and that specific portion of that bill was the one that got the most attention, because the financial literacy portion, having that as part of a course, I think a lot of people already do that. A lot of districts already do that. But putting up the FAFSA requirement where Colorado we do not have as many students completing FAFSA as other states. This was seen as a way to address that. Students are leaving money on the table when they get to higher education if they haven't completed FAFSA. However, many districts said, do not put an additional graduation requirement. We don't want to work with students. We do all this work. The students are really trying. They get to graduation, and we say, here's one more hurdle. So this was the compromise, that it is a requirement, but it can be waived by the school. So it's a soft requirement or a quasi-requirement or not really a requirement at all, but a strong suggestion, you might say.
Great, thanks. Also on the HVAC requirements in schools, did that, like, it hadn't been signed yet according to your list, but is it something that would cost us money as a school district?
This one passed last year and was vetoed by the governor. I think this year's bill was scaled back a little bit, and I never heard much concern about it from Case or CASB. So I don't think that it's a major burden. This was Representative Leader from Jefferson County was one of the primary sponsors of this. Again, so it wasn't something that really rose up on people's concern or list of concerns.
Okay, and the last one I have a question on is the Protect Civil Rights Immigration Status. And it says it makes many changes to Colorado law and requirements for local governments and school districts. Do you know what it would be requiring school districts to do?
On this one, I will send you a more comprehensive response on that, and I apologize. I'll add that to the list as an email follow-up, because this one was changing throughout the process as well. A lot of it was about data sharing and what data could be shared and restricting that. But I don't think, but I will send a more comprehensive email summary, and I apologize. I should have looked at that more closely before tonight.
Sounds good. Any other comments, questions? I hope you have a nice summer, Ed, and have some time to relax. And
it is not a bad time of year.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate your work down there too. I think you've been really helpful to us with our questions, so thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I will do a follow-up email on those 2 points. And I hope people will stay in touch over the summer because I work year-round for Jeffco, and as things come up, people can reach out to me.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go back to the policy update that I skipped. And so that is for the board to review updates to policy GP12 related to background checks for board members. This information will be presented by board members, Director Michelle Applegate and Director Aaron Kenworthy, who, following the February 13, 2025 presentation on student safety, our shared responsibility, agreed to represent the board, in updating our policies to include this important precautionary measure for our district. These updates to GP12 will appear on our consent agenda next week. Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to say regarding this?
Just a thank you to Director Kenworthy and Director Applegate for leaning into this work.
You have the floor.
Well, I'll start by saying thank you to Ms. Relu for your help with this and helping us to find language that's consistent with some other districts and helping us to draft some standard language and really taking the pen for us. If you'll recall, this really came up when we were talking about background checks and who is being background checked. And I think Director Kenworthy volunteered that she would be happy to also be checked, and then I raised my hand as well. And so what you'll see in your board docket information is the additional language, and it's included in GP12, which is our board member financial disclosure. It was amended to include background checks. And there's a pretty simple paragraph at the end that just covers that within 30 days of election or appointment, the member of the board will submit to a criminal history background investigation for the purpose of potentially limiting exposure to schools and students.
Hi, Erin Kenworthy, board member. Excited to be here to present to you. We want to align.
Excuse me, can you repeat your name and get closer to the mic, please?
My name is Erin Kenworthy. All right, so we wanted to align ourselves, because we have access to schools and because we do school visits, to address our interest in making sure that everybody who has access to our students, including board members, have a background check and are vetted. The reasons that somebody would not access a school will be similar to what would be looked for or vetted in staff background checks. And so we're holding ourselves to a similar standard as the staff that currently work with our students. And my hope is that most board members who are willing to run for this position are willing to submit themselves onto this check, and also, will understand the outcomes, because it is now in here and they should know before they sign up to run for this position. So I'm very happy with the language that's here. It's a simple but important change, and I also think it helps our board practices align with what we expect from the rest of our staff and our volunteers that are going to be in our buildings.
We will now entertain any questions from the board.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Varda.
I am surprised we weren't background checked when we came in. This is new news to me, so I fully support this. I also remember when running for the campaign that some people background checked me. I'm probably interested in who's running from a public perspective, but also working for questionnaires and Girl Scouts. Some of us who work with kids now too get background checked a lot. So there should be no problem, and I fully support this.
And I have a question. Does the background check include fingerprinting? And do we have a service that does that? Okay, and do we have to go somewhere, or does somebody come here?
We do not do it in-house. There's locations that we send folks to.
Well, and I would like to clarify for understanding that within 30 days of the election or appointment. So this is not for every candidate. This is not a requirement before somebody agrees to run. It is once they are elected, just for timing purposes.
Okay, well.
Would you entertain something from the gallery? I do want to say is something that you guys could do at the legislature next year. New Jersey actually has a state law about who can serve as a board member. And if you have a criminal background and you get elected, you have to, you can't serve. And so it may be something you want to ask the legislature to consider. But there is, I looked deeply into that law as we were doing research. So it's something to maybe look at too for next year.
Thank you so much for that. And I really appreciate your support too in getting the language in here, and you've been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Yes, thank you, and have a nice evening.
Safe journey back to your seats.
Okay, so now on our next agenda item, the board will hear a preview of upcoming consent and action items on June 12th meeting agenda. Dr. Kim, the time is now yours.
Okay, on the list that you can find in this agenda item, the list was updated this evening. Thank you to Kristen. Approval of the minutes from board meetings on May 29th, June 3rd, and June 4th. The SRO agreements, one of the things that I'll point out is that we have some of them, but not all of them yet, and so there may be a need to approve a group of them and then approve some more later because they're still working through some of the MOU stuff. Julie, do you have any additional input on that you want to offer?
We just had a new one come in today from Lakewood, so I think we may only be lacking Jefferson County, but
Okay.
we'll see. And you'll recall before, we just had an informal MOU with our law enforcement partners that just informally explained kind of what everybody's role is. But because we're now going to be paying, because there's money involved, we have to have a formal intergovernmental agreement, hence the need for board approval.
Thank you, Julie. The updates to the GP12 policy that our guests just presented will come on the consent agenda as well.
You might need to take that off and be
well,
separate.
you know, we'll leave that to the board. Election resolution, to approve the resolution authorizing the 2025 election and approving appointing Jody Lang as executive assistant to the superintendent as the designated election official for the district. And then there's renewal of the contract, the voice license and contract renewal, vendor A&M. It is a cost of 1.8, little over-ish, $1 million over 5 years. It is a decrease, but it is our phone system, and it's a 5-year contract as far as that. And if there are any questions, I'm grateful that Ms. Ibeck is here to be my phone a friend. Approval of contract Windows devices, DHE Computer Systems. That one is a $2 million purchase investment. The use of Windows devices to, this is more targeted at CTE programs and labs, not the one-to-one device programs. So, and you can see the 5-year window contract there as well. There's a donation from Meiklejohn PTA for $69,000 to support paras, classroom budgets, technology, and instructional items and training. You'll see renewal of the district fuel purchases contract for diesel and gasoline, $850,000. Approval of the contract of the ERP data conversion partner contract, estimated cost $834,000. This is something that was a part of the larger approval by our board earlier in the year. The district selected, and I'm going to say this really bad, Protaviti. Did I say that right, Jill? Okay, good enough. As our data conversion partner because of their workday practice. And looking at the conversion from PeopleSoft to Workday and their ability to engage in project work to avoid delays and keep us on track. Employee benefits, health and welfare wraparound. The board will vote to approve health and welfare wraparound document, which consolidates all of Jeffco's benefit offerings into a single comprehensive resource. Let's see, and then Shelton Elementary has their PTSA has a donation, $145,000 for a new inclusive playground. And then upcoming, you'll see a June 12th meeting. And in that June 12th meeting, we will be looking at cell phone research report, Q3 financials, adoption and appropriation of the budget, which you talked about this evening, and CAC engagement with the board. And I have friends with me if you have questions.
Any questions or comments? And the wrap document was no money associated, just...
That's my understanding as well, right, Kristen? Thank you. Oh, Julie? Yep. Yes.
Yeah, this was recommended by our outside counsel, technically because each of our health and welfare sort of benefits programs, there's medical, there's dental, there's life, that each is considered a separate plan with its own reporting, disclosures, plan document. And she said, no, you should take them all and put them in the same uniform wrap document. So it's all the existing programs that you guys have and plans you've approved. It's a simplification sort of administrative tool, but you all need to approve it.
Thank you.
And I might have missed it. Did we skip the endpoint protection? I think it makes sense. I just want to make sure.
I think that's the one that, in the updated document that Kristen provided us at the break, that one was removed off of the agenda.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So moving right along, we're getting to our final item. And before we get into it, I do want to make an announcement. We have 2 semifinalists for the Colorado Teacher of the Year Award. One of them is Red Rocks Elementary School teacher Kevin Brown, and the other is a Drake Middle School teacher, Leon Vasquez. And I think they were just notified today, so this is hot off the press and very, very exciting. All right, and so our final item of study is the board engaging in dialogue surrounding current topics. We did identify a couple of them that are listed in the agenda, and those items were budget, which I believe we have had a lot of time to discuss already, removal of library books, and the Mamas Pilotas, and the establishment of a permanent food committee in Jeffco. Also, if we have time, we can add to this, and I do have an interest in adding one thing, which I sort of alluded to earlier, is just addressing the JCEA letter. So this is discussion time that the board began adding to its study sessions following our February retreat. The time is for the board members to engage with one another. We do not involve district staff members in our discussion or ask them questions, but you're welcome to listen and write down anything you think of. And the assistant to the board, Kristen Harper, does keep notes for us on the items that require follow-up. And at this time, I'll ask Ms. Harper to start a 30-minute timer for us. And you can alert me when we have 2 minutes remaining. So the items that had been identified, I think we have the library books. There are some attachments, which I want to thank Ms. Ralou and Ms. Harper for putting onto the agenda. So any listening public who wants to look more into the information that we have, they can get it there. So just going in order, who would like to start the discussion on the library book topic?
I sort of feel like we got a lot. I guess my hope is that if anyone, any of our DTLs who's had a chance to review this feels that it is incomplete or doesn't fully represent their concerns, that they will let us know. I was just wondering, what are we doing to consistently make sure that we're not just pulling things because somebody just decides, I don't think high school kids should have access to this, or, that we're overriding decisions being made by professionals who know what they're doing. So I felt like this gave me a much more clear understanding of what the criteria are, the having 2 or more scholarly reviews, that they're age appropriate, that they hold value, that that they can't have been there for a long time without being checked out. I felt like it answered most of my questions. I don't know if anybody else had others.
I will say that from the emails we were getting and phone calls, I did feel that there was a sense that a policy was removed and then changes were made to other policies, but they didn't know. They were not apprised of that before it happened. So it might be an area where we just want to make sure that the people, especially the DTLs, the librarians, are aware when some changes have been made.
Well, and maybe even that they have input, if they feel like a change is being made that is detrimental to them doing their jobs or to students having access to information.
Do we need to, and full disclosure, I have not read the policy since last week, before their blending. And if others have, do we need to address the current policy, or do we feel like it is upholding to what the state law now is and addressing the concerns of our DTLs?
I was just going to say, based on what you just said, we could get feedback. I guess we did in emails and public comment, but that's a certain kind of feedback. I think we're thinking about more formal input. If we want to review it, we should engage then in the way you just described, I think, Director Reed, which I would be open to hearing the DTL's thoughts on our current policy. That's helpful.
Ms. Relu, it looked like you were going to say something. I'm wondering if CASB has recommendations on this as well,
I was
since
just going to
that's
say,
something that's changed.
There are new, so since that, the policy was written or updated, there has, and Ms. Tollison can speak to this, but there's been another, the legislature updated it this year too. So there is a plan to relook at the policy. It's something we have to do, so.
Yep, but I've already swapped emails with some of our DTL folks that are interested in the issue, so.
Good.
Well, I think we'll start maybe with the CASB model and see if we like it, but kind of socialize that and see where we take it from there.
I'm just hopeful that, I mean, it was obvious during public comment that our DTLs are concerned, and that there have been some things that have happened that have not felt good. And I just want to reiterate that I hope that the conversation that comes is deeply collaborative, and that we're not showing up with a prescribed response, but that we are engaging them, we're hearing what their concerns are, and making sure that we're addressing what some of their concerns are with some transparency, especially for our community. I think, I remember talking about this when I was on the DAC, that there are some groups in Jeffco who believe that they can just wave a finger and point at something and say, I don't like that, and then it's supposed to be gone. And we have to have transparent processes. We have to have information and steps that people follow so that we don't have groups who are claiming to have influence or power that they actually don't. And it is something that we need to lean into, and I want our DTLs really to help inform those processes that we use, because they are the experts, and I think we need to value their professional input. So I'm hopeful that those conversations are somewhat restorative and also really productive.
Okay. Well, we'll keep apprised of it, especially whatever changes have come with the new legislation. So the next thing we had on the pre-agenda topics was the Edgewater School Food Pilot Permanent Committee, the food, was it just food? Is that what it's called? Food advisory. Anyway, I do want to appreciate the presentation and all the time and effort. I mean, it was just, it was amazing how much work they've done, and we've got the final report listed in here for anyone to look at. These mamas have really taken this to heart, and some of us have had the opportunity to go and actually test out some of their menu items, and I think this is a wonderful next step for them. I am concerned about the budget and our ability to go further than we have gone so far, but all this work and planning could set us up for when we do have the money to increase it.
I feel like we can still get input even with the budget constraints. And so I don't necessarily think we have to wait to have the input of, like, to put in a food, what were we going to call that again?
Food advisory group.
Yeah, the
That's what
food
they
advisory
suggested.
group. The group itself doesn't have to cost anything. So, but we could go to them and say, like, here are the issues that we're facing. Here are the supply chain problems. Here's the what's in season and what's not in season. And here's how we're thinking about solving that problem, and having input into, like, maybe we're going to go and we're going to say we have these 3 possible solutions. What do you guys think? Or they would come to us and say, we think that you're not leveraging these possibilities. So I think you can have the advisory group even if you don't have the money to make everything perfect. So I would really like to seriously consider getting this in gear next year.
So I am appreciative of the work that that community has done to have culturally relevant meals and scratch cooking for our kids. And if we had the budget to do that across the district, it would be a thing of beauty. And we have some very real constraints, especially coming from a federal level, where there's pulling of funds for using local produce and the types of things that we rely on for the pilot program. So when it comes to the advisory committee, I will tell you one of the things that occurred to me as we listened to the testimony and as we were in the listening session is, one, I get concerned when we just start creating a bunch of ad hoc additional committees without some intention. I want to honor their ask, but I also want to see if there's a way to align it with other things that we're already working on. And I know we had our students here earlier today talking about sustainability, and a lot of things attached to the food pilot program are also attached to growing local food and food waste concerns. And I think there's a way also then to engage some student voice along with moms, community partners, if this falls under an umbrella of sustainability, because I think that's a good place where we're stating values and considering a board end, and that then a food pilot would fit under that if we're going to have a sustainability committee at some point in the future, which I think has been an ask from some community members. And I know that Ms. Teagarden is considering that and has a process that she's thinking through around that. But similar to DAC, if we have a sustainability committee, that then we have subcommittees, and that a subcommittee in there would be a food group. Just to think about around some structure, rather than us getting into a habit of where community has a concern and they want us to create another ad hoc committee and we have nowhere to put it, right? We already have a structure with the FAC, the DAC, CAC, TDPAC, right? We have our groups, but because of our considering of a board end on sustainability, I think that a food pilot group would fit really well under that umbrella. And so I wanted to propose that as an idea so that we have a little bit of intentional process around this rather than just creating a committee here and a committee there and a committee over there. So I just present that for your consideration.
And so I am wondering who in the district would be starting that effort. If Ms. Teagarden is already starting this sustainability, maybe we can ask her about it.
We had talked about her, sorry, Director Varda. We had talked at one time about her because of where she sits under Mr. Gatlin being kind of a subcommittee of the CAC. And I know now we're talking about subcommittees under subcommittees because I really appreciate what you raise, which is these are interconnected groups, right? And they do feed off of each other. And in the same way, we have asked DAC to address some things that are broad. I just wanted to raise that there's that connection back to the facility side and the capital side. And so I don't want to necessarily discount that completely. But when you think about the infrastructure, to Director Reed's point of getting food, having a kitchen, needing central locations to provide it, that also trickles back up into facilities. So
I guess also, though, alternatively, it could just be at the level of CAC. Yeah, so I wondered if we end up with this as an end, that's pretty high level, less of a sub of something. So just to elevate it or prioritize it, I'm not suggesting we do. I'm just saying I don't know what the process is of creating a new board advisory committee. I don't know how the ones that we have became, and I don't know the history of that. So, yeah.
I'd also be curious to understand the interconnectedness, because I don't disagree. But I think we will face a time where solar panels are a great example. There might have to be a recommendation from one committee to another to be assessed for us to assess it, because not every roof in our district is appropriate for solar panels. So I'm open to all of these ideas. I just think we're going to have to, when we appoint committees, we are going to have to recognize that for some there are crossover and there are ways that they're going to have to work together, which is also kind of beautiful too. So.
Okay, we will, yeah.
I will add, I want to support Director Reed's initial idea is that this group could certainly coalesce right now and we'll find a landing place for it later. I just think it's an important consideration because when you do this for one group, then I think it opens the door for lots of people to go, oh, you know what I would love to advise about? The color of the walls in the bathroom or whatever, you know? And so yeah, so just so that we're intentional and we're thinking about it. But certainly I don't want to delay the work that these moms are interested in continuing. They've already started it. They want to continue. So I certainly think they could coalesce and be awaiting sort of assignment under a specific umbrella.
Yeah, I take that point too. They have presented us with so much information, so much work already, and that was their ask for the next step. And I know Beth Wallace was in the last listening session we had too, so I'm thinking maybe it's appropriate to go through. And actually Tara Pena was there as well, and she seemed interested, so maybe we can reach out to one of those two or both of them and ask their idea on how to get it off the ground.
Perhaps we could also get some advice from the district just on how these committees have historically been set and why, and because I do think having, forgive the engineer sitting over here, criteria to say this is something that is elevated to a board level policy and then dictates a committee. I think that will help prevent some of the potential that Director Kenworthy is speaking to. But I also support let's get them going, and after some direction and guidance maybe from the district to understand better about that.
I just had texted Ms. Rilou and said we probably should check, at least in some of my past experience, policies within the A section or B section of board policy will oftentimes give direction on what policy, what committees do you recognize as formal committees, and if you want to add any to that, what do you do? And I don't know whether our policy has that in there or not, but that'd be the first place I would look to see if there is guidance within the policy that says, nope, we only recognize these and the rest are like informal or whatever, or ad hoc or whatever, or here's a process, and we can check there first.
Okay, we did have budget on here, so I do want to ask if anyone has comments that they want to say that they didn't have or didn't say earlier today.
I mean, it's just beating a drum, but like, I just will be really honest, I'm so uncomfortable approving a $40 million deficit budget. It's just so difficult. So I think that this work to figure out the resolution and the plan for the future, I don't know if we can balance a budget by 27, it might need to be 28, but just needs to be our top priority. That is why I keep saying, like, sure, 2 of us could do it, but like 5 of us need to really push hard on this. I know you all feel the same, but I don't feel good about adopting that budget, and it's just tough. So I really think that we need to be really supportive of this process to get on track.
I would like to add, there's a part of me that's just really interested in having a similar presentation for some of our other local electeds at the state level, and so that they truly understand the window into what it is that we're facing with our budget, if they are interested. I mean, I think it would be an invitation to come and take a deeper dive while they're outside of their legislative session, and maybe they have a little bit more bandwidth. Because, you know, any one of us could get called into a phone call or a conversation with somebody and try our best to explain all of the nuance and intricacies, but I think if any of the 5 of us tried to present what Brenna presented tonight, it's not going to be the same presentation. I'm just, right? Okay? Yeah, and so I would rather have our electeds also hearing the same information from the same person so that they have some context when their constituents are reaching out and complaining or have questions, that they become partners and supporters of us, not just in the hard decisions that we need to make, but also in the asks that we may need to make of the community in the future around mill levy overrides and bond issues. So that's just something I really wanted to do.
I love that. I would ask that maybe we invite them to stay for dialogue and discussion afterwards. so that we can have some meaningful, because I think it's powerful to hear it from Brenna, totally. And I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to be like, and here's how we see that.
You know, I think those are excellent suggestions, and I think that the legislative reps and senators from Jeffco are very interested in that as well. They're very supportive of public education, so it's good. All right, I'm just going to add the topic that I had mentioned earlier too, and that is the JCEA letter of no confidence. We've all received lots and lots of emails. In fact, they're still coming today, tonight, during the meeting. And I am, I'm so concerned, I'm so distraught, actually, as I mentioned in our last meeting too, with our associations kind of facing off against each other and seeming to be in conflict. And I said last time, and I mean it again, a house divided against itself cannot stand. We cannot address the hard things that we are facing if we're not on board, and especially if we want to go for a mill levy override. I mean, it broke my heart to see JESPA and JCEA negotiator team members saying, well, I'm not going to go support it. I'm not going to go work for it. It's like, oh my gosh, if you're not going to, I mean, how in the world, what kind of a campaign can you have without their support? So JCEA listed a lot of concerns they had, and then we got emails on that side of things with concerns. They are serious and must be addressed, and we have to find a way to rebuild the trust and collaboration that we need to be successful. We've also received an awful lot of emails in support of our superintendent, and in those emails, they list a lot of accomplishments for our district and the really good work we've been doing. And I want to make sure that we keep in mind both sides of it, that we don't just fall into line with one or either side that wants to discount the other. I feel in my 3.5 years on this board right now, I want to make a statement. I'm going to say that I am in strong support of Superintendent Dorland. I am very happy with the work that we've done with her as our leader, and I want to continue that work. I believe in the Jeffco Thrives. I believe in High School Reimagined, the magic of middle school. And when I started writing down some of the accomplishments that we've had over the last 3.5 years, we came in, 3 of us, with a declining enrollment that was shocking, that led to the closure or the consolidation of 21 schools. 21. We also instituted this change of start and end times, which that parent group had been working on for 4 or 5 years. It's another example of things being pushed down the road, kicked down the road. And finally, we've addressed them. I am particularly excited about the standardized literacy and math curricula. I got a lot of feedback. All my school visits, all of them are happy that they've got resources being given to them by the district. They don't have to go find their own. I also love that we realigned the community superintendents now so that they're aligned with articulation areas. I love the first team. I cannot tell you how much I love the first team. We restructured central service support for the schools, especially around the area of HR. We added vice principals to the schools with center programs. We have the mobile welcome center. And we have given significant compensation increases. The 3 of us that came on the board, that was a priority for us. We did it, and we can see that we did it to the point where now we are facing a big deficit. So it's one of those tensions. You have your priority, you have what you want to champion, and you go for it, and then you have to see the results of it. So I am very aware of the challenges that we have, both budgetary and culture and climate. But speaking for myself, I'm committed to working with the superintendent and our associations to address the serious concerns that have been brought up in our emails and our public comments.
I'm going to ditto that. You were sitting there and writing it all out, and I was sitting here thinking that I should sit down and write something that does exactly that. I think when we look at what has been done for students in this district, it's been profound. And I have a very, very long history in this district. And I've never seen this kind of alignment. I've heard people say they've wanted it for decades. I've listened to middle school and high school teachers squabble over who's teaching what and whether or not they're adequately preparing kids for the next level up. And so, that's huge. Listening to everything that we've done for our newcomer families and for our school and community partnerships just today is so heartwarming. And these are all things that profoundly impact kids, as do our educators and their relationship with our superintendent. And so building a positive relationship and having a really concrete idea of what that looks like, because it can be really squishy, right? It can be really like, I don't know, what does that look like? So I just want to add my support for what you just said. I think that we can do the work of making sure that our communication back and forth is effective, that our educators feel respected, that our people who support our educators feel respected, and that we look at what we're doing for kids, which is amazing, and that we don't. I've been through 7 superintendents. And that's just as an educator. And every time you get a new superintendent, you get new jargon, you get new whatever the curriculum is, you get a new evaluation system, everything changes. And we went through this crazy period where it was one after another, after another, after another, and it just didn't stay the same. And you felt like you were chasing this constantly moving target. And I don't think it's good for kids, and I don't think it's good for teachers. I don't think it's good for support professionals. It's not good for the district.
So I want to start off by saying that I'm honored to serve on this board, and that we can have very different opinions and still maintain respect, and that we each have arrived here in these seats with very different lived experiences and perspectives because the community put each of us here. The community put us here, they elected us to represent them, and so that is what we are doing as we sit here. We are representing a variety of vast, different opinions coming from all directions. And I just want to lift up that nobody has the entire perspective, ever, on a situation. We have our version of events, we have our versions of understandings, we have our examples that we give, and other people have theirs, right? I think one of the reasons that I am sitting in this seat is because I am able to hold multiple people's opinions and relationships with people who don't always agree with me, and allow people to hold those differences and still value them, but also know what my own experience is, what my own concerns are, and also not be fighting for a win or a loss or a specific outcome, but trying to hold all of the different information that's coming to us, and then we are the stewards of making decisions or asking for people to perform in a certain way. We are people who hold accountable the leadership of this district. And there are valid concerns. There are things that need to be addressed. We all have growing edges and nobody is perfect. There is growth that needs to happen from multiple adults who are at the table around this community of children and students that we are trying to serve, that we are trying to elevate, and we are trying to model for them how we can disagree respectfully and how we can hold difference and how we can be critical thinkers. It's been a rough 2 weeks,
And I want to say that there is continuing mistrust. There are valid concerns. There are valid questions. There's valid support for the work the superintendent has done and for the work that all of the staff across the district have done. To see the incremental gains that we have. There are opinions everywhere, and anxiety is super high. And I'm not going to lie, I've had my own physical responses to some of the anxiety just because of the intensity and the flow at which it's coming in our direction right now. I'm concerned about our students. I'm concerned about stability, but I'm also concerned about culture and what some of our employees are reporting that they've experienced. Earlier tonight, we saw 52 employees in this district responded that they don't feel safe at work. That's just one data point, you know, and I don't even know what those stories are, but that's a reality that we had presented to us this evening. And I think it's important that when we receive that kind of feedback, that we are responsive to it, and that as a board, that we share that feedback. It doesn't mean that we are being critical. It means that we are trying to bring the voices of the people that we're representing to the district leadership so that we can all be responsive. And I will own that sometimes giving critical feedback has been a challenge because it's not always received or acknowledged. And I know that other people have had that experience, people who work in the district. I know that there's fear. There are people who don't want to share feedback because they're concerned about retaliation, which happens in every industry, not just in education, not just in this district. It happens everywhere. But we need to have leadership that is sensitive to building relationships and maintaining relationships and not allowing relationships to atrophy to the point that we become divided in the manner that we are right now. We all hold ownership of the anxiety that our community is feeling right now. Every single one of us, the people on the board, the people at district leadership, the people in our associations, the families who are weighing in and sending us emails, we have got to do better for our kids. We have got to respect one another. There's no space for hating one another because you have a different opinion or you don't 100% agree or you're not validating an echo chamber. That makes people feel comfortable. If we're all a little unhappy and a little uncomfortable, then perhaps we have arrived at a reasonable outcome, right? Yeah, and I just want to lift up too, that I am committed to considering information and making decisions not because of who my friends are or who supported me in the election or who donated money to my campaign. I'm up here to do what's best for students and to use my own critical thinking skills and my own understanding and my own perspective to make the best decision for this district. And that's where I'm going to end. But I am frustrated right now with the adults. It is always adults who get in the way of the success and the experience of our students. And my patience for it is very limited, and my hope is that we have leadership that rises above ego to address real concerns and issues together in a collaborative manner. And I will end there.
A mentor of mine, some of you will know this saying, always talked to me about the messy middle. And she called it that because it's this weird space where it's not option A or B, it's the whole alphabet. That's how she always said it to me. You think you have option A and B, but what you really have is the alphabet soup in front of you. And it's not clean, and it's not easy, and it's challenging, and it forces us to be uncomfortable. I appreciate that you use the word uncomfortable. But she's always told me that in order to get to the right decisions, you have to lean into that. And you have to have hard conversations, and you have to challenge your own assumptions at times. And that said, I think where we are right now, Jeffco is super unique. Just like it was when 3 of our current board members stepped in. It was, unprecedented times. And I feel like now we are looking at a new set of unprecedented circumstances. And I keep saying these are once in career type of things, but man, I don't know. I think there's like 5 different once in a career type of things that we're experiencing. And from a leadership side too, right? I have young children, and Brave is a favorite movie in our house. And for those, I don't know that anyone is listening to us at this late hour, but if anyone is listening and you don't know the story of Brave, a young girl and her mother don't see eye to eye. The young girl makes a wish, and the mother turns into a bear. And until they can mend the tapestry, the mom doesn't change back into the bear. And I'm an analogy person. It helps me think through complex situations. And for me, that is where we are. We have a bear. We don't have to have a bear. There's a lot of opportunities to fix the tapestry, and everyone in our family in Jeffco has a thread. That's how I'm thinking about it. I want us to come together and build the tapestry, because I don't want the bear. And I think we can. I am convinced that this is a room full of powerful women, and I'm going to say it because right now it is, and powerful men and thoughtful people who can do this. And our associations can do it, and we all can come together with our threads, which is lenses and experiences and situations that all have validity, and we can rethread the tapestry. I also have looked at myself a lot to see what role I played and how we got here, and what role I play in moving forward. And I go back to my values, which I know all of us up here do. And I think a lot of us share the value that kids are the center of what we do. And lifting up this district for the kids will take adults from all of our different factions of our family to come together and sit side by side and hear and hold accountable and put differences aside. And I think we owe it to our kids to do that. My mentor in the messy middle, she said it was the great unknown, because there isn't an easy answer. And I think once we can accept that there's not a quick conclusion or an easy answer, or we're gonna like walk out of a 1-hour meeting and figure it out, is not real, because these are complex, challenging, hard issues. And it's not binary. I think that's the thing that I keep coming back to. Superintendent Dorland tells us a lot. 2 things can be true. And I think 5 things can be true. And there's truth, and there's hope, and there's feelings, and there's frustrations, and there's lived experiences that all can be true. And so that is, I appreciate the feedback. It has been a lot. It has been overwhelming. And I think something as a public figure, you never know what that feels like until you're in it. And to get emails and phone calls that challenge who you are is hard. And I know that nobody had a harder night last week than our superintendent. And so I agree with President Parker and Director Kenworthy. We have a lot of really, really good things. And we have areas that I think we really need to lean in on the culture side and work together to fix, because we will not be successful as a district if we do not. And so I am committed to doing the hard work, because I believe in this district. I have a kindergartner next fall. So y'all are stuck with me in this district for at least the next 12 years. And I think the more we work in that messy middle together and hear each other, that's my hope. If we come with binary, right and wrong, good, bad, we lose every single time, and our kids lose. And so there are more meetings, and there are going to be meetings, because we have to come together to figure it out, and we have to be adults in the best interest of kids. So thanks, guys.
Okay, and I do assume we've used up our half hour? So that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next scheduled meeting of the board is a board meeting scheduled at 5 p.m. on June 12th, 2025, here at the Ed Center. Good night.